Good afternoon. Hello. Please welcome. Everybody get to their seats very quickly. Thank you. My name is Renee Friedman. I'm a managing editor for EMEA, Europe, Middle East and Africa, at the Economist Group, the Economist Intelligence Unit. And today we're going to have, I think, an amazing panel discussing the digital transformation of banking systems. As we're all aware, the world has now become digital. Digitization is taking place across the globe. We see this spreading throughout Europe, slowly into the US. It's gone full steam ahead within Asia, and it's even moving into Africa and Latin America. But here today, we're going to talk about what's happening within Ukraine. So, to start off with, we have 5 very different speakers here today, and a few of them are going to give very brief presentations to start off with about who they are and what they're doing and their views. And then we will be moving on to questions. And after those questions, we will then allow the questions from the audience. So if we could please start off with, whoops, this is coming off a little bit, Mr. Sergei Budkin. I believe we should be able to get the slides up from the back. If you could please get those, and we'll start with some of Sergei's views on what's happening within the banking system within Ukraine.
Добрый день. Я надеюсь, меня хорошо слышно.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I do hope you hear me very well. I would like to start our panel. Thank you very much, Renee, for introduction. I'll try to see whether we can really put on the slides. The point is, when you are the first one, when you start the panel, usually the technology fails. I kindly ask you to switch on my presentation. Okay, probably I would like to start without it, and then I see. My name is Sergei Budkin. I'm the founding and managing partner of Finpoint, a company. I'm also a practicing banker. I have one of the projects in the banking where I am one of the shareholders. And I do know something about transformation of the banking system in Ukraine, because our company, I mean Finpoint, was one of the companies that significantly contributed to the digital transformation of banking system in 2005, 2007, and 2008, when our large banking group came to Ukraine. Also, we worked on the transformation of the banking system when the same big banking groups left Ukraine, and they were trying to understand what they had to do with their banks located in our country. And the current system, the current situation in the banking system, in particular its structure, is actually the product of that period, and we contributed to it as one of the investment banks. To launch our panel, I would like to give you a couple of historic facts. I mean, what happened in 2005. In 2005, we sold Aval, Raiffeisen Bank, Index Bank to Crédit Agricole Bank. The most important thing was to inform the customers about the branches of the bank. For instance, Privatbank had about more than 3,000 branches. For example, Ukrsimbank had about 30 branches opened every month. At that time, it was evident to everybody what we should do in terms of banking. So the banking system was all about infrastructure. That infrastructure was supposed to be very conventional and very conservative. And one of my favorite examples is, unfortunately, I lost the photo, but I will describe it, and you understand why I'm talking about it. The central street of Kolomea. Kolomea is one of the provincial towns in the Ivano-Frankivsk region, and in 2007, the central street looked like Wall Street, because there were BNP branch, Erste, Raiffeisen, Crédit Agricole banks, So there were a number of bank branches. So all the banks had their branches in one street. And it looked very strange from the viewpoint of the location. You should understand that it was a small town. Another point was the universal bank. Again, we wanted to offer a lot in one window, starting from corporate business to loans and mortgages. Mortgages were something very important. There should be some property, and only in that case we can give you a mortgage. Later, there were a number of transformations. Certain niche models have been successful, like Monobank, like ProCredit Bank, that was specializing on SMEs. Probably it is not that present as some other banks, but if you trace their history, they survived through a number of crises, they were profitable, and it was due to their specialization on SMEs, so it is one of the most stable banks in our banking system. It could be bigger, it could be smaller, but anyway, it didn't show some negative returns in comparison with other banks. Another point is mobile banking. Here I have 4 different banks: Australian bank, Russian, Ukrainian, and one more bank. Sorry, we have 4 different accounts which you can manage without being present in the country. In 2009 or 2008, it was impossible. So identification of client, we go away from the mortgage. We try to evaluate the capacity of the client to pay for his or her loan and not on the property that we could take as a mortgage. What is interesting, in 2015, we were trying to understand for ourselves how digitalization influences the bank assessment and bank evaluation. So we talk about Privatbank. We were trying to split it into several segments, and we were trying to assess how much it cost as far back as 2015. You see a fintech, ATM network, and you see that the results are different in comparison with one universal bank, even without assessing its corporate portfolio. And probably I would stop talking about history. Actually, we all are going forward. Digitalization is on. We all are going on the way, and very complicated. We talk about here you see the volume of investments for the recent 3 years. We started from 235 million a year, and now it is over $500 million. The point is that the experts are expensive, the software is expensive, infrastructure, servers, test environment, cybersecurity, all these things were really very expensive. Another important conclusion we came to is that digitalization does not start with technology. It starts with the understanding of the client, of the problematics of the client. Another important component is culture. What we should do to address the needs and ideas of the client, and what we should do in order to make business and IT compatible and to use such technologies as agility or Scrum. And finally, we talk about technologies which are important from the viewpoint of their accessibility and user-friendliness. An important aspect is that all the time we have to remember why we are doing it. We are doing it for the client, we are doing it for ourselves. Now lots of people are interested in technologies because it is fashionable, let's implement it. But we understood that actually we just spend lots of time, efforts, and money on it, but you may not get the result you want. But when you understand why you are doing it for yourself and why you are doing it for your client, only in that case you are going to have success. And also it's necessary to extend the technology of the company on several layers. There is the so-called fundamental layer, where actually very little is changed. We talk about the unified customer base, etc. There is also the layer of business processes, which is changing much quicker. We provide the services to the client, which we have, and the innovation layer, where we can experiment and we can try something new, we can innovate. If it's successful, it's okay. If we failed, we should try something new. And an example to illustrate what I have just said, this year we have implemented on Viber, and it was probably for the first time in the world. Actually, 2 weeks ago, we presented the so-called Viber banking. We introduced lots of banking services into Viber public account. It's much easier, it's much more comfortable and convenient for the client. And when we were, if you have good technology, if you have good team, it can done everything quite quickly. It works both for natural persons and for SMEs. For instance, currency trading, which is again done in Viber. So this is briefly everything from me.
Thank you very much. Very interesting points coming out there that we'll be discussing in a moment. Just to give speaking of IT, the guys in the back a moment to load the next presentation up, and my apologies for that it was a bit late in loading your presentation. If you could please put up the presentation of Mr. Budye Dumra. Just give that a moment to load up. I think we're up. Okay, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a ton for having me. I'm going to switch to English, if that's all right. So I head up innovation for DBS Bank, and I'll run you through a little bit of our journey that we went through. So our sort of journey starts off in 2009. Okay, does this clicker work? Yep. So in 2009, if you were in Singapore and you asked anyone, what is DBS? They would say DBS is damn bloody slow. We had a very bad name in the market, and even from a customer satisfaction perspective, we would sit right at the bottom. So from a management perspective, we said, okay, we want this to change. And we said that we went on into an offsite and we had a big think, and we wanted to reinvent ourselves as a bank. And we set ourselves as a purpose, and the purpose for us would be making banking joyful. Now, there was a big gap being damn bloody slow to making banking joyful. So we started off our transformation. And our transformation was in different programs. So we started off in 2010 introducing Lean because we wanted to be faster. We also introduced new Asian service standards because we were an Asian bank. We wanted to offer Asian services. And things were coming along well. We started seeing improvements. But what happened is we realized that the world was changing, and the world was changing very fast. In 2014, when we had a look, we discovered that a lot of fintechs had entered the space, and they were providing propositions to nearly every service that we had, and they were doing a very good job. And where the fintechs were, of course, the smaller companies, we found all the large companies were jumping into it as well. So over here, you've got Amazon with all their services from a banking perspective. But closer to home, Alibaba. Now, both DBS and Alibaba, we transact over 100 billion. The difference, they took 11 months, we took 49 years. So that was the difference. The other example is you've got WeChat. WeChat, now in comparison, PayPal does 6 billion transactions a year. WeChat does 32 billion in 1 week. Now, these are all companies that are in right next to us, our neighbors. And then these are the competitors we know. Suddenly Grab. Grab is our version of Uber. They've just bought over Uber. And AirAsia is an airline. Both of them announced that they're starting banks. They said, we have customers, we know what they like, we are also going to get into financial services. So the game had changed completely. Our biggest customers had now become our competitors. So in 2014, we made a change, and we went from just a transformation to becoming a very focused digital transformation. And we have 3 pillars of our transformation. The first one is that, are you clicking or I'm clicking? We want to be digital to the core. And this meant that we wanted to be the D in Gandalf. And Gandalf is the Googles, the Amazon, the Netflix, the LinkedIns, and the Facebooks, and the Apples. So we basically reinvented our program to say those were our potential threats, those were our role models, that was what our aspiration would be. So we went heavy into cloud, microservices, APIs, etc. We looked at the mechanism and platforms that they were building, and we looked to emulate those. The second one was embedding ourselves in the customer's lives. So we went into a complete design thinking, and we introduced human-centric design. And it was all around the notion of, if we are going to introduce anything new, it has to be relevant, of course, to the customer. And our main proposition would be, for the future, is how invisible we would be, how intuitive and seamless and frictionless our products would be, that people would not know that they are banking. So our mantra was live more, bank less. And the last proposition was to re-augment ourselves into becoming a startup. So we have 26,000 staff, and our big push from a cultural perspective is to re-augment the bank into operating and being like a startup, having this mentality of aggression and ambition that a startup has, and working within constraints, being nimble, being fast. So those were the 3 pillars. And slowly, as time has progressed, we've moved on, and from DBS being damn bloody slow, we have recently picked up a couple of accolades. We picked up becoming the Digital Bank of Singapore with winning the world's best digital bank and the world's best SME bank. And we also recently picked up from Global Finance being the best bank in the world. So that's a little bit of our journey in regards to us going from damn bloody slow to becoming the Digital Bank of Singapore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, again, very interesting. As we see, I said everyone will be presenting now, but we will be getting to some very specific issues and questions, and particularly touching upon these points of transformation and what will be pushing transformation, and how, now that we've looked at the history, how that will be progressing. So for our last presentation, we'll be having Mr. Spivak. Let me just be certain that we do give it a moment, that if you could please get the presentation prepared. Give you a moment to do that. Technology, as much as we're trying to advance it, still has a bit of a glitch every once in a while.
Thanks, René, for the word. Добрый день всем. Благодарю организаторов за...
Hi everyone, it's a great pleasure for being here today, for being able to speak, and for the opportunity that is given to the banking sector to deliver their speeches today. So we've been talking a lot today about the past, and we've had lots of flashbacks and spoken about the achievements in Ukraine, but we are a global group, and I would like to show you several trends that are taking place currently at the digital transformation in the world, so that we be able to kind of launch the discussion, because usually banking sector is heavily criticized now, so we're kind of losing, fintech is winning, and some other communities, market disruptors are winning, but we still have to keep in mind that the first decade of the 21st century, the banks spent searching for the capital in order to cope with 3 crises that happened in the past in Ukraine, and we now see that half of the banking system was spared, and in the world we've seen that over the 5 years more than 20,000 of branches were shut down over the recent years, and we didn't have a lot of fun, we didn't have a lot of investment done. So over that period of time, what has changed is the environment that we've been working in, and the digital shift has happened, and then quite considerable non-banking alternatives came to existence. And what's the most important is the expectation and trust of the client has shifted as well. The banks continued being with return of investment lower than cost of equity, and over the recent years only the average ROI in the banking sector was 8%. which is not that high. As you know, in Ukraine, up until 2 years, the return of equity was negative all through the banking system. It's only now that we can say that gradually the banking system is recovering, becoming profitable again. But still, what has been going on has led to the fact that now we have GAFA, now we have challenger banks or neobanks, and we've spoken today about the monobanks, so lots of examples of the kind in the world. And speaking about the data annually, the annual growth over the 2 years that we're talking about is more than 30%. That's the banking portfolio. They are competitors. And if GAFA is still not in the game, but when we talk about the challenger banks, they are getting developed faster. Now we're called legacy banks by some. So in order to live the myth that legacy banks do not invest into the innovation, let's check the statistics over the 10 years. 80% of the banks has got the most innovative investment strategy. And another interesting thing is that an average investment of the revenue, like a big leading bank with the following bank, is not big. It's around 3%. The question is not, we don't have to make the mistakes in the growth that Sergei Chernik has been talking about in order to. So how much you can pull from the IT and the developments that you do, this is the choice that we make every day. And we have to say that up until now, the main barriers for us has been the legacy systems, the understanding of the path to follow, but the digital path to follow will not the consultant tell us what the path should be. Every institution chooses a path to follow, the path that is more relevant to the infrastructure and architecture and the culture of the organization that is choosing the path to follow. Very briefly speaking, what we concentrate on our investment and interest is the improvement of the channels, omni-channels, opti-channels management, something that's been spoken a lot about now, and we need to figure out how to work with the data and how to make the data action, not only set of data and the information about the client that we usually have. We have to work with the talented people, and we have to change the culture of organization to not be an alien body in a big body of legacy bank, trying to be an evangelist of new changes. So speaking about, hold on a second, speaking about the perception of the bank that the client currently has, we may say that more branches are not number one when we're talking about the bank selection. If we see that over the 3 years, the data that the world community has given us, we see that the proximity of the branch to you is no longer an important thing. Now, if you have a good application, mobile application, it does substitute a lot of, does resolve a lot of issues that you face when you work with a bank. If you see that 33% of the clients would like to have their account open virtually, and more than 50 would like to buy using digital systems and platforms. There are several pillars that tell us how the digitalization is evolving in the country. And Cisco runs this analytic every year. And we take a look at this. We see that Ukraine has made a big leap in that chart over the several years. 4 years ago, I showed the same statistics in Prague, the Czech Republic. At a technology conference, Ukraine wasn't even in the bottom top 30. Now Ukraine is in the middle, and Ukraine is one of the leading in terms of the leaps of the digitalization inside. So the pillars that we'll be talking about briefly, in short, are developed by harmonious within the country, and they let us be at least among the top 30. If these pillars fail to function, there is a precondition for the fintech community, and we see how unicorn companies have been developing over the 5-6 years. 6 years ago, we would have only 2 to 3 names. Now we have the names are numerous. You see them on the screen. And now another thing that's important to say is that banks cannot come down and slow down seeing the statistics that they currently have on their hands, because the most recent researches show that in Britain and in the UK the level of trust to your main bank is close to the trust of PayPal and Amazon. So big techs, GAFA and all other challengers banks are gradually capturing and invading the terrain that traditionally belongs to the legacy banks. So there's nothing else that we can do but simply to imagine digital and keep on moving.
To end. What is clear from all the presentations we've had thus far is that there has been a massive transformation in how people react to financial services, to banks. There's been a big, and what I'd really like to ask is, we've touched upon a bit of the push behind the growth, potentially in banking technology, and how this may be tied to, we've heard the GAFAs of this world, or the Gandalfs, so it's a new one. And really this ties into very much into changing consumer behavior and changing consumer demand. So I'd like to kick off a little bit discussing that and how you each feel that has forced the banking system to adapt, how it has forced the banks to adopt new operational models. You mentioned we've heard mention of the reduction in branches, more of it being online banking, less in-branch banking, perhaps the transformation of the branch itself as just a particular digital touch point for services. So I would very much appreciate if we could start off with a bit of a discussion perhaps on that. I'll throw that question on the changing consumer behavior and demand and how banks are adopting new operational models in response. Bernadette, would you like to start off? Did you?
Sure.
Sorry.
So I guess from our side, we're very cognizant that no one wakes up in the morning saying, yay, today I'm going to the bank. Sometimes not even our employees who work in the bank. So from that perspective, before, where they didn't have a choice, rightly to what you said, now they have a choice. They don't need to go into the bank if they don't have to. And if your bank doesn't provide the service, they will find another bank that does. So from a customer perspective, there's been definite change. So a personal example, sitting in the house, often you would sit with your friends and say, I feel like having this dessert. And then you would talk for a little while about, oh, it would be so good to have it. Now that conversation goes, ooh, I feel like having it, to taking out your app, and within about 20 minutes, you have it. So that expectation is transferring to every walk of life. And banking is no less. So we have to adapt and we have to change. So from that side, the customer demand has escalated to a point where now even all the fintechs and all the other organizations are being able to provide that service. So there is no excuse. So from our perspective, it's very much trying to be as much ahead of the curve in anticipating that need and then satisfying it.
Would anyone like to comment on that? In terms of the changes and how their own banks are adapting to it, for example.
Позвольте тоже несколько комментариев.
I also would like to mention a couple of words. I would talk more about Ukraine because we are a bit lagging behind from changes happening all over the world. But in Ukraine, we also feel these transformations and these changes. The very business model, banking business model, is changing. In the past, bank was on the top of the pyramid. It was the king who is dictating the conditions. Now the king becomes the client. The customer starts talking what he or she wants. And we have to adjust to it. And lots of aspects develop which are new for us. Banks didn't want to listen to their clients. Why fintech is always the winner? Because they listen to their customers. To illustrate the point, we had one of our customer journeys, and we were trying to see how the customers see our services. And we had a shocking news. The customer does not think about the bank. It is interested not in the transactions, but in services that the client wants to give to the other client. And we were just isolated from this understanding. The behavior of the customers is changing, and we, as customer-oriented banks, have to change our performance, our operations. And in Ukraine, there is the so-called dualism. On the one hand, we have more and more customers who are ready to have mobile banking, etc. And still, we have the clients who still live in cash-based economy. For them, it's important to operate with cash, and they use cash more rather than their mobile banking. So we might say that we are cash-oriented economy. It is still dominating, and it influences our operations. But the very business model of the bank is transforming. We lose the priority right in terms of communication with the client. The client chooses services from different banks, and sometimes the client does not even understand that this or that product belongs to a different bank.
Had Andre speak yet. In this point, we've heard a lot of the discussion about fintechs. Well, you're coming from MasterCard, which is obviously a big payment aggregator, a big payment player within this. What are your views on this in terms of, because you're obviously having to respond to how you're working with the banks as well within this process? If you could, please.
Ну, во-первых, хотел сказать о...
First of all, I would like to say that we have quite a good, smooth panel because everybody agrees on the point that the banks do not have any other choice but going to digital, becoming digitalized. Talking about fintech things, definitely MasterCard is working with the banks. They are our key clients, but we have to understand that our business definitely benefits from the fact that fintech companies exist, so we do not talk about risks, actually. What is happening in Ukraine? What are the recent changes that happened in Ukraine? Our national point is that people are ready to accept innovations offered by financial and technical companies as well as banks. And MasterCard has made a survey, and lots of people are ready to pay with their smartphones. And this year we have launched Apple Pay and Google Pay, and Ukraine is in top 5 European countries in terms of the number of transactions. So customers are ready for innovations as well as banks are ready for innovations. And 90% of bankers are willing to innovate. But what is interesting is that 60% of bankers, it means 2/3, have never been working with financial and technical companies. And the point is how to organize that marriage between the banks and the financial and technical companies. There are two models. One model is to build up competence within the bank, and the other point is to choose these fintechs as the service. And definitely it depends on the bank what kind of the model will be chosen. It will depend on the readiness of the bank. So whether the bank is going to build in-house capability center or whether the bank will engage fintechs into their operations, into their activities. And probably the last point from me, the banks will stay because they are playing a huge role within payment system. Banks probably are one of those few institutions who know what is what in the field of payment. And in future, it will be very important to understand that there is a person, a client behind the payment. The banks know this, unlike financial and technical companies.
So I think if the translation is right, it's saying that from a payments perspective, you're saying that banks will be dominant and they will stay. Because certainly towards Southeast Asia side with China, it's the complete opposite. With Alipay and WeChat, etc. Often from a bank's perspective, we woke up in the morning and we found 22 billion was just wiped off because payments had moved away from banks. So from our perspective, there is a general feel that banks have lost when it comes to payments, that the propositions that are being provided by some of the tech companies are actually, the experience is so seamless, and the merchants are gravitating towards jumping into those ecosystems that it's way more compelling than just a bank provider. So our view is, yeah, we have a slightly more fearful view in regards to where banks will be in the future?
Would you like to respond to that?
Ну, если говорить
Talking about the situation happening in Eastern and Southern Asia, yes, your situation might be totally different in comparison with that of Ukraine. You do have significant players who have taken lots of space in terms of payment. In Ukraine, we do not have such huge players. Big financial and technical companies are not still present in Ukraine. And the banking system is very quick in terms of innovations. And I do believe that probably the banks have a chance to win over financial and technical companies or establish cooperation with the financial and technical companies.
Добавление, оно состоит в следующем. Далеко не всегда очевидные инновации приходятся ко двору с точки зрения времени. Мы смотрели за эволюцией того, каким образом эволюционирует в принципе банковский рынок банковских услуг на просторах СНГ в разных странах. И увидели очень быстрый за последние несколько лет тренд к уменьшению функций, которые исполняют физические отделения. Действительно, переход всего в цифру и возможность пользования клиентов дистанционными каналами продаж, обслуживания и вообще дистанционными каналами их общения с банком. Но глядя на это, я вспоминаю то, что самый технологичный банк, один из самых, вернее, технологичных банков, который есть в мире, это ING, который на многих рынках за пределами своего домашнего рынка в Голландии существует как банк без филиалов ING Direct, ни в каком другом виде, пытался сделать нечто подобное в Украине в 2005-2008 году. Мало того, что он пытался это сделать, главой ING в Украине тогда был Эндрю Хендерсон, который сейчас является Chief Information Officer ING Group в Амстердаме. То есть это человек, компетенции которого, в принципе, невозможно оспорить. Он действительно впереди всех возможных инноваций. После этого он в Австралии из ING Direct сделал 4-й по величине банк, где-то 5-й по величине банк в стране достаточно быстро. Вот. Но в Украине это тогда не прижилось. Поэтому я, к сожалению, не к сожалению, вернее, это, наверное, тем не менее, общая фраза, но тем не менее, очень многое из того, что сейчас пробуется, мне кажется, может быть, скажем так, не приживется сейчас, но в какой-то момент в будущем будет востребовано. Первое. Второе. Трансформация, как только она начинается, происходит уже катастрофически быстро. И вот главная проблема, с которой сталкиваются банки, состоит в следующем. Мы можем инвестировать очень много, как ING сделал в свое время в 2005 году, в новые технологии, они окажутся абсолютно невостребованными. Но мы можем, тем не менее, но если, не дай бог, мы не угадали, мы остались навсегда в прошлом, а если мы угадали, мы будем впереди планеты всей.
На самом деле, здесь есть несколько вещей, которые стоит прокомментировать.
A couple of things I would like to comment on. Definitely, the time is going on and the requirements to the banks are changing. But coming back about technologies, whether the new technologies will become popular or not, it seems to me that the majority of banks in Ukraine are on the stage that they have to choose operational model and their own digital way in order to achieve some basic parameters in order to become adaptable and agile. Currently, lots of banks just do not understand what the middle air is, and they try to use the typical waterfall approach when you have been waiting for implementation of a number of projects for many years. And what we see from the global community is fast and duty. When you prepare a product, you try it and you see whether it works or it doesn't work. So this homework, this home task is something we have to do in the nearest few years, because the banks which are present in Ukraine have already done the job, and they invested lots of money in order to establish the platforms, the basic point which will serve as a fundamental platform for new functionals. Talking about discussion about fintechs, etc. I would like to give some statistics. All of the banks invest about $60 billion a year into innovations. And I would probably specify not in innovations as such, but in IT. And if we have a look what sum of money goes to cooperation with fintech, it will be about 5%. So we do not take Unicore that has capitalization over 1 billion, and definitely they are higher than Barclays. But in the majority, the fintechs are not ready to have a structural approach to solving the problem. Yes, they are client-oriented, they understand how to do certain specific part, but they do not understand how to enter the chain end to end, which the banks know. And we definitely try to evaluate the capacities of fintechs in Ukraine. And those fintechs which are ready to add this added value are really very few. And therefore, we try to use our internal resources, trying to build up our internal competences or trying to work in collaboration, again, building up our internal competence and fintech competences. And then, as a result, we shall have synergy. And the second point was about changing the logic and functionals of separate branches. At the beginning, we have to understand what will be our target operational, service and product-oriented model in order to understand how we can transform our branches. Definitely, the branches will be still popular for some period of time in Ukraine as well as all over the world. The point is, what kind of functionals will they have? The example with ING was very good, but as far back as 2008, they didn't have time to extend their network. It was the crisis period. But at the same time, they had very good model in terms of franchising model. When they had digital component, when there was face-to-face interactive point within the branch, and at the same time, there was very good measurement tool in terms of efficiency of these branches. So for me, this is the point. This is not the point where we can talk when we can be indecisive. If you are indecisive, you will be pushed out of the market. Monobank, for instance, for a couple of months, and we have plus a couple of million clients. And lots of banks several years ago were talking about new clients, millions of new clients. And here you see the example of Monobank when they met the expectations of the client. You wanted to have everything, and right now and here you get it. They provided what the client needs here and every day.
We're now discussing in terms of how the banks who in Ukraine still have customers' trust to some degree are going to be working with fintechs, which you were saying aren't as well developed within Ukraine as they may be in terms of competitor banks, neo-challenger banks, as in other countries. So in terms of banking, as part of their banking innovation strategies, what will they be doing in terms of creating new strategies in terms of innovation hubs, either internally? Are they looking at open and closed hubs? How are they developing a new digital ecosystem to work with the clients that they want to work with? How will they be building out to work with fintechs? How will they be building out to work in terms of, or doing it on their own, or remaining in terms of the types of platforms that they then want to offer their clients? Will they be going as, a marketplace approach? Will they be looking at creating niche propositions? What do you see happening? And we're going to the panel. Somebody like to comment upon that? Yes, Andrei, please.
Now, speaking about the destination, so when there's a cooperation between fintechs and the banks in Ukraine, I think there's going to be symbiosis in a way, because definitely as of now, it's hard for the banks, and despite all the efforts that the banks are putting to catch up and to be ahead of, still it's hard for them. Hard because the fintechs are offering quite targeted niche services, quite often do it better than the banks do. So I think that in a short-term perspective, a couple of years to go, 3 to 5 years, we will see quite good cooperation between fintech and the banks. Now there's not a bank that hasn't tried to cooperate with the fintech. Probably, as of now, fintechs are not quite developed to work with the bank in this kind of symbiosis, but we see the example of Monobank. We see that you can match the client's needs with great precision. So in the short term, this is going to be a symbiosis when the bank will have a relationships established with the client, and the fintechs will be offering certain specialized services, like, for example, money transfer. We see that there's a cooperation between TransferWise with big banks. Big banks are open for the TransferWise, and TransferWise offers certain service. I think this is the type of model that will be functional in Ukraine. So the question had got to do with the organizational structure, how the innovation can happen in banks. Let me tell you about our experience. Frankly speaking, there are two conceptual approaches, or even three conceptual approaches. The basic one is when you set up a digital hub or an innovation office with different sets of functions, from basic ones when they simply generate ideas, all the way to the functions when gradually, step by step, legacy bank becomes a digital bank out of the hub. Or the second approach, when you from the very beginning set up a structure which has got innovation in every point of its organizational structure, not setting up an evangelism point that later gets spread and expanded. A year ago, we were developing the innovative change strategy, and we followed the digital hub path. I can tell that in our example it did work over a year. We now have 60 people within the hub working with full agile approach and with average performance time frame 2 to 3 weeks, which is a world benchmark. Why it's good or bad? Sometimes approaches may differ. The culture of legacy bank differently. It's lagging behind as time goes by. It's very important that the hub implement new culture the right way into the entire institution. But still, we see from the data that on average 50% of the digital transformation in the world are not successful. Why? Because the management buyout doesn't always work, digital pass notion doesn't always work, and the understanding how to get to the objective. Well, you do have the leadership moment retained, because the chief digital officer concept is dying out, because as a rule, the banks that are successful in their innovation are the banks where CEO is the promoter of the changes, or there's a digital board that's in charge of the latter. But with regards of the successful versus non-successful implementation, there have been cases, and we're aware of them, when different banks in the post-Soviet countries would create hubs, but then they would realize that the model didn't work, and they would build the structure from the inside. There was a private bank system. 2,000 IT people worked for the private bank. Yes, they kind of worked at an innovative environment, but still they were digital savior workers within an organization. And there are Russian examples when Tinkoff Bank now has more than 600 developers inside within the company. There's a Raiffeisen Group experience when within the system there is an agile organization system set up in which every business structure has got its own IT department, has got its own squads and tribes and everything producing results. So we've got to check the organizational maturity level that you're currently at. If, for example, you are not quite confident in the steps that should be global, start with a hub. Start with a small hub housing 10 people, and gradually they will create several basic prototypes that will allow the management and everybody else to see that what they're doing is functionable. Then the success in small gets expanded, because just like the head of McKinsey said, when we were coming up with the swiftest boat, fastest boat, we're thinking how to merge it to a bigger ship. So that's so much important that the basic institution and a hub or an innovation office that is in charge of developing new cool stuff, kind of be tied together, because there's a core system, because two-speed IT thing that's still there. So the optimal merging, the optimal combination merges fintech ecosystem and some other counter agents into one bigger system.
A little bit of what's happening from our side. So we have had huge success working with startups. We have a very conscious lens that a startup can be a competitor or a collaborator. So I'll give you an example. In India, we operated for over 10 years with only 14,000 customers. So this is complete in India, 10 years, only 14,000 customers. We decided that we would look at the market and approach it with us being like a fintech. So we released a proposition in the Indian market, which was a mobile-only bank, no branches, no paper. It used signature lists, so it used your thumbprint. And within 18 months, we went from 14,000 customers to 2 million customers. So it was a complete change. And we built that proposition on top of 3 fintechs, so 3 startups. One of them was a finance management system, one was a security soft token, and the other was an AI agent. And the AI agent allowed us to basically put the proposition forward because in a traditional model, to service 1 million customers, you need 300 people. But we were able to use the startup's AI tech to service 1 million people with only 30 staff. So it was a complete paradigm shift. So we were able to penetrate the market. So this year itself, we've introduced about 194 startups into the bank. So now we do it at scale. But to your point, it works because we do have that ecosystem. Last year, we had about 12,000 startups, and they came with 65 billion in private equity. So they came with a lot of money. Now, most of them will fail. But even if 1% survives, that's 120 new people that you can work, partner with, or they can be your competitors. So the environment is very rich. One of the other important players is the regulator. Now, I'm not sure what role the regulator plays over there, but we have a very progressive regulator that is pushing. And they are pushing, which means they are pushing the banks as well. So again, from a matter of choice, it moves to no choice. The cash, even we have, cash is used a lot. The average ATM transactions globally is 5,000. In Singapore, it's 20,000. So people like cash because it gives them anonymity. And it's easy. We have a lot of ATMs, etc. So from that perspective, but cash is expensive. So the regulator has a very strong agenda for cashless, for digitization, for smart nation. And that is fostering this ecosystem. So from a bank perspective, we have a push and a pull. We know that they can give us success. At the same time, the regulator and the ecosystem is giving us those choices. So it's a slightly different paradigm.
Very quickly.
Очень короткий просто.
I would like to add up to what you just said. The regulator, Ruslan, for example, who is on the left of me, he's responsible for the entire IT at the Raiffeisen Bank Valley, and he's the head of the regulator now, the National Bank of Ukraine, the former shareholder of the Raiffeisen Bank Valley that has sold it to Raiffeisen. He has been responsible for the IT with the bank, and his ability to perceive, he's been responsible for the IT, credit card business, and so his ability to digest the necessary, the need for the innovation is very important, and there's a need to help from the regulator to exist on the market. So this is something that is very important. I would also like to continue and kind of argue with my colleague as how the bank should be transforming and if the digital hub is functioning or not. I can tell the digital hub is needed for the evolution of the bank and the heads of the bank, so the CEOs of banks see how things are well. So for good banks, well, I've checked, we've studied, I haven't seen any good examples. Why? Because it's very difficult to get married to different philosophy. One philosophy was of a traditional conservative risk-averse version, or thinking risk of the classic banker. that the majority bankers are, and how we've been brought up. This is how we've been brought up by the regulator, who tells us bank is the risk management on one hand, and on the other hand is the startup philosophy, something fast, agile. You try, you fail, you try something else, you fail, you throw it away, and only then you start thinking about the risks, the level of control, and the process, if it's described well, if you have lots of guidelines and experience. So digital hub is an ability. This is an alien body within an organization that has got its own ideas, that does not understand the rest of the business. So the business tells you, so we need to sell this according to the plan, and you're here, you don't know what you're selling. So only when it becomes part of the philosophy of the company, the understanding of the competences, and when you manage to unfold this culture and find the right combination, and not forget about risk, think about risks, because this is so much important, and not be afraid of experimenting, trying and letting oneself being more free and liberated, being closer to the philosophy of the startup. Only then this cooperation is possible. Only then there is an understanding of opposition, and when somebody has got new ideas, he or she can get connected, and we will see jointly if what he's got in his mind works or not. And number one. Number two, the startup and fintech issues, most of them start with IT ideas, not with the ideas how to make something better or to find new experience, but they start with an IT idea. That's what's been happening in Ukraine. We've seen a lot of examples. People have been creative, producing ideas like chatbots and stuff like that, but they don't pass the hypothesis check if the client needs what they would like to invent. So a startup has got a good, cool idea, and you need to go through a certain evolution, and people should know that they should base their ideas on the needs of the client, and only then they'll be successful.
What we're seeing from this is very much in terms of if you're going to innovate, the push from this has to come from the C-suite, is essentially what you're saying. It has to come from the top level, or things won't be happening within that. And we also have to work out how it's going to work within the regulatory environment, potentially in terms of the creation of a regulatory sandbox, which exists in several other countries. It exists within the UK, it exists in Mexico, Hong Kong, Singapore, where these types of technological innovations can take place in a safe environment for consumers. Now, this actually leads us to the point you mentioned, the issue of the technological development from the fintech point of view and the reaction, how it's very reactionary. What is the actual reality of the bank's ability to use technologies? We hear a lot about different new technologies, whether they be blockchain, AI, et cetera, potentially to be used as part of risk mitigation in terms of enabling more efficient transactions, anti-money laundering investigations, trade surveillance, operational risk issues, anti-fraud, et cetera. So there is, as I said, there's a lot of talk about this happening potentially, but how far is that from reality within the banking system within Ukraine?
Если позволите, я начну.
If you may, let me start with the negative. You've said blockchain, and blockchain is something that's existed for 10 years now, and looking back since 1905 to 2015, there are no more horses in the streets of London, there are cars. The WWW was invented in 1819, and in 1990 was created, and by 2000 it was adopted by the entire world, and everybody is now using it. The blockchain was launched in 2008, and as a technology, it hasn't shown a slightest adaptability to the real life. So yet another proof of that. There are 5 people of us here, and we represent different countries, different banks, and we've spoken about agile, we've spoken about customer journey, we've spoken about some other English words. We haven't said the word blockchain up until now. So we've spoken about everything but blockchain.
In terms of banks being able to adapt technologies. Yes, please.
По поводу блокчейна здесь действительно.
Are you talking about blockchain? There are different opinions, and probably there are more critical remarks about blockchain. And if we try and have a look, we see that American and European banks in 2017, during the first 2 quarters, they were 2 quarters when investments into blockchain have dropped. More investments went into infrastructure, into different ecosystems. There are interaction, but not in blockchain. We're talking about blockchain as a panacea that will solve lots of problems. It's not the case. We have to understand that it is just the table, it is just the distributed register. But there are different elements. For example, robotization. Robotization or automatization cannot solve all the problems of the organization. There are certain fields that will be okay, but there are certain fields that will be less efficient. Talking about blockchain, there is only one probably most successful example in the world. It is Maersk company. It is not the bank that every time registers 156 million events in blockchain network. So they talk about different goods, different containers, etc. And this is something that really works globally. If we talk about its implementation in banking field, we talk about certain points regarding trade finance technologies, back guarantees, etc. But we cannot state that currently blockchain technologies have well-proved implementation in bank field. What is definitely working today is artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science. These are the things that is working today, and it allows us to offer clients with individual personalized proposals and offers that will meet their expectations, that will meet their needs at a certain point of time, which is important for the client. This is what is real-time service, but unfortunately it is not working very well in Ukraine, but works pretty well globally. And we try to establish certain competences, because if you want to teach the model, first of all, you are supposed to have some staff, and these people should be competent in order to establish the model, and then you are going to teach that model. That staff will be competent enough to process data. Also, you are supposed to have different connecting systems, CRM, etc., that will be configured in such a way for the model to be operating from the banks to the customers. And currently, more investments go there. As banks, we establish data science islands within the banks, for example, Raiffeisenbank Aval, and we also try to collaborate with the group where sales signals are based on artificial intelligence on the existing models. Also, artificial intelligence is used a lot in cybersecurity field, and we know that antivirus software programs were just in the form of the base that checked whether this virus is present or not. Now artificial intelligence is searching for the viruses itself and is developing protection itself. Also, there are some new programs that are developed that attack the models. This is the point that gets about 60% of new investments, globally.
To comment on that in terms of the role of presumably the growing role of AI in robotics and data analytics, and also if you could within your answer or even your question, because it's obviously very much relates to this point of if you're working with all of this and you're trying to create a more specific product for a client. How do you then deal with the issues of authentication, fraud protection, as you mentioned, cybersecurity investment in there? How do you deal with that, and also the role of third-party risks that come into it, please?
Наверное, на две части разобью ответ.
Probably I would like to split my answer into 2 parts. Talking about cryptocurrencies and blockchain, the Bitcoin price is correlated with the investments into blockchain. It is probably the leading signal about blockchain, and it makes us think that, well, definitely blockchain is present for a long period of time, and so far we have not witnessed big manifestations of this technology. The idea might be that it is just a hype. So the idea is interesting, but so far we did not observe any huge implementation of this technology, particularly in the banking field. Another part of my answer is about alternative technologies and risks of these technologies. Definitely big data, if we build it in a proper way, if all the algorithms are working properly, it is a huge opportunity and a very good opportunity for the banks. With big data and artificial intelligence, we can reduce the expenditures of the banks. Therefore, banks are trying to invest into these fields because they understand that they will have a measurable or a positive, a measurable advantage and benefit. But what are the risks about digitalization? Currently, on average, people have up to 3 or 5 devices which they carry with them. I'm talking about mobile phones, etc. But in future, what we can expect are big networks of combined devices. And now just imagine the risks when you do not have just 3 devices, but about 100 devices. I have lost my phone recently. I understood that my information is there. All my information is there. And now just imagine that the number of potential points of entry into my personal domains will be about 100. Talking about payment and application of these things in payments, for example, instead of standard payments, we shall have something different, what you already use in Google Pay, etc. And lots of people in Ukraine are already ready for such things. So just we should be ready that there will be geometry in any types of payment, be it based on fingerprint or iPrint, etc. This is something which is in store for us. What do you mean by biometry in terms of payments? Every payment should be confirmed in this or that way. Well, we should not wait for this, because when I enter Monobank or Australian bank, I have to present my fingerprint. This is the geometry I was talking about. It is just the point of identification. If you use Apple Pay, you have to scan your face or you have to leave your fingerprint. So practically, I'll confirm that it's me when I enter the bank. Well, people are ready for this. People are willing to have this, and that's what we are going to have in the future.
Look at the experience in other countries of authentication. We have moved beyond passwords. It's even moving beyond one single point of biometric data. And obviously, we've had countries where there aren't very good registries of people, so that we have to find alternative sources for people to be able to access financial services. So perhaps you can discuss that a little bit.
From our side, it's always a temper. So the point that was raised before, things like blockchain, AI, ML, AR, VR, IoT, and there'll be plenty more to come. These are all the technologies. So from our perspective, you're looking at very much saying, okay, one is you need to have an understanding. You need to know how it's relevant. Secondly, you have to be able to translate it into value that the customer will see and have a regard for. And the third is you have to have the ability to adopt it, because otherwise you've got a great idea, but there's nothing you can do with it. And that's when the legacy of bank comes into play, of everything that a bank has with old tech, et cetera, mainframes, you name it. So from that, if you look at us as a bank, we have won world's safest bank 10 times consecutive, but we only won best digital bank twice. So it is possible. At the same time, one is something that the bank is more used to doing, managing risk. And that's the point. The point is, it's not about avoiding risk, but managing it. So even in regards to the payments, we say with some payments, maybe you don't even need biometric. So we have a heavy usage of tap and go, where you simply tap and you move on because the transactions are a certain amount. With wallets, you have a very low level of KYC, just a mobile phone number and an email address up to $999. So it's all about looking at, yes, there is risk, but what is the real risk and what are you trying to manage? And to a certain extent, if you get a handle on data and you find sometimes the fears that we have are not real fears.
Please.
На самом деле, касательно сохранности данных,
Talking about data security, last year we had Petya virus that actually blocked the performance of and activities of many banks and generally enterprises in Ukraine. And such banks as our bank, which actually was fine, we didn't suffer from it. It means 50% of IT security and 50% was just luck. The number of new technologies that enter the world of banking are still not tested enough from the viewpoint of their security. So the data security we are talking about is of utmost importance for us because it is not accidentally that lots of software developers claim that they follow NATO standards in terms of security. And these are not just statements. The number of our technical attacks on bank data, which later might be used for different purposes, is huge. Is huge for some recent years. The operation risks are behind every attack. When this or that technology doesn't work, is of utmost importance for the companies that have their listings in different stock exchanges, and it influences the price of their shares. For instance, the operational risks that appears today in 3 months will have higher effect on capitalization of that company in comparison with the initial period. Definitely, it's good to follow new technologies, but you should be very accurate about it in terms of building up barriers. First of all, we are banks. This is the primary point for us. Probably somebody is working on the principle back for forgiveness, and we probably may implement new technologies irrespective for regulations, but somebody still will follow the way I would like to ask for permission. And the collaboration with the regulator will create the framework for the system. And it's very important for the regulators to listen to the banking system. And the banks are responsible for those millions of clients that trust or give their funds to the bank. And for example, something that we lose, the Apple is not responsible for the information they lost, but the banks are responsible to their clients.
Within Europe under PSD2 and open banking, as it's otherwise known, I don't think it's hit Ukraine yet. Please correct me if I'm wrong. That will obviously have a very significant effect on the relationships between the banks and the regulators, and between the banks and obviously the banks and the fintechs within that space. We only have a short amount of time left, so as we've seen a lot of transformation over the past, I want to say 20 years, 10 years, even 5 years within the banking system. So I want to ask each of you in turn, very quickly, before you move on to questions from the audience, of where do you see the future of banking in Ukraine over the next 5 to 10 years? I'll start off. Who would like to first start? We can start off from the end. Andrei, if you'd like to start off.
Если очень коротко.
To be briefly, I understand we have only just some 1 minute for everybody. I think the banking system will become more open, more transparent, just probably because some of the European regulations will be implemented here in Ukraine. The banks will be more digitalized because this is something that the customers want, and definitely we shall have more collaboration between banks and fintechs, just because these two fields are compatible. So banks will become more open, more collaborating, and more digitalized. It seems to me this is our future. I do agree that we are on the eve of huge transformation of the banking system. I have already mentioned that the banking system becomes a business, and business requires certain advantages of specialization. And in the nearest future, the banks will be divided into universal banks that will have well-established digitalized processes like lean, etc. There will be specialized banks that will have unique competences in some very narrow fields, and there will be banks that will be white-labeled banks. They will perform regulatory functions, and they will be used just for their activities for operations as fintech companies.
I do agree with Sergey partially. Factor number one is the further increase of the specialization. The pendulum is going to go the other direction. It's now going from the maximal universal into the more target-oriented and specialized banks. And I think the loss of relevance, if you may let me say that, the banks, state banks, are not going to be less relevant to the real banking business for 4 to 5 years, in case if the economy is going to recover. So these are the two factors to keep in mind. I think that for the 18 to 24 months to come, the majority of the top banks will wrap up the digital pass and operation model definition, so the ones that they're going to be using for sometimes to come. And another thing is that setting up of a greater number of collaborations in between different incubators, hubs, and so on and so forth on one hand, and the banks on the other hand, especially the banks that are quite powerful and they work with the retailers and the retailer networks, thus creating ecosystems. I would forecast as going to be a competitor to the money bank created, because the market now is quite open for that. And there's going to be a considerable change in regulatory demands and requirements, because I don't think it's possible to continue like this, because we cannot even store credit cases digitally. There should be changes. There are certainly fixed steps, but we think that everything's got to do with loan, credit, and distance and everything. Lots of things that should be done. And to wrap up, I would like to say that the trend that we are observing is for our country, provided that there's a crisis going on every several years. A lot has already been done, and I would like to express my gratitude for this big team of people in our bank that have made a lot and making me be able to speak about the topic that we are currently discussing. Thank you.
By far in the economy over here, but if it does look anything, or it does become anything similar to what we have at our side, the shape of the bank will be dictated by the customer. That is what will drive what the new bank will look like. And it is all about the rate of change. The banks that can match the change inside the organization to what's outside will survive. The ones that will go faster will thrive, and the ones that will go slower will struggle.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to open, we have a few minutes left, to open the floor to questions. We have somebody going around with a microphone, so if you could please, and in terms of your questions, no statements, questions only, please. Why don't we start right over here very quickly, and then we'll move over there.
Well, thank you so much for Mr. Dummer. I live in Shanghai and Singapore. So my question to you is, China has developed ecosystem, but fails to export it. Do you think Singapore somehow could implement a strategy, ecosystem, fintech-wise, export to the world the way China did?
From our perspective, at this stage, if we look at Asia, which is where we are focusing, you've got 60% of the population there. You've got the growth there. You've got two economies of China and India with 1 billion each. We are not looking at exporting anywhere far. So from our perspective, we are very much, we've got plenty to do in our backyard. So that isn't something that keeps us awake as such.
Okay, and right over there, please.
Олег Машков, IT-компания.
Oleg Mashkov from IT company. Going back to the Ukrainian reality, which part of the banking transaction operations are currently digitalized, and how long will bank branches will exist in Ukraine? So please define digital so that I give you the right answer. Any online operations, something that was not present 10 years ago. I'm talking about with no physical contact with the banking branch, exactly. So payments now digitally are 99% already. And I'm talking about physical entities and then corporate sectors alike. So and if we're talking about payments, if we're talking about loans and credits, the proportion is lower. With regards of How long will the branches last? This is something that I've spoken. The target and how the branch will look like. So if it's a place where you're going to go and bring the documents like without EDOC flow, they will last for longer. But if you have EDOC flow, then you have the consultation tough products just like Barclays do. So there's a lot of factors that impact on my point of view that a branch will, to a certain extent, will last for a long period of time. But we're talking about specialized branches, and I would also like to add the following. So 5 to 7 years from now, there will be only branches servicing the minimal necessary set of documents, and the 99% of probability, this is what we see from other CIS countries' experience, that used to have the same banking system. We're talking about mortgage here. So the evolution is going to be like this. In order to get the credit card or consumer credit or car credit, you will not have to physically go to the branch with your feet. To get the mortgage, you need to go to the branch. As a result of this, lots of branches located in one city will be merged into one key branch, in which there's going to be specialists in corporate crediting, on mortgage crediting, on tough products, difficult products. Everything else will be serviced distantly. So time-wise, 5 to 7 years, I would say. It may last longer, then I'll be amazed. 5 to 7 years from now, I would say.
The interesting point on branches, the EIU actually did a study on this. And one of the things we found is that branches will not disappear for the fact that people like the human touch. At the end of the day, when they're making big life decisions, they want to have someone to either they can hold responsible to a certain extent, or that can help answer their questions in a way that they may not get from a chat bot or through AI. So essentially what we're seeing is the transformation of the branch as a touch point for further selling for banks into particular product lines, potentially. But yes, Andrei, you had a comment on that as well.
Я бы согласился с коллегами, что...
I would agree with the colleagues that in the nearest future the branches will stay there. The roles will change. Probably these are going to be tough, difficult products, multi-layer products. But imagine beyond 5 to 7 years, imagine the substitution of human labor with more robot labor. But at the same time, probably prime services will stay there. The prime service will remain prime service, and in this regard, probably interaction between two people will be an element of prime service. Why not? We'll see.
Are there any other questions? Yes, in the back there, please.
Владимир Клименко, группа ИСТА. Если можно, два коротких вопроса.
I got two questions. I'd like to ask Sergei Budkin a question. You've spoken about how the relations between consumers has changed with regards to the Ukrainian banks. Value drivers used to be the branches, corporate database, credit portfolios. So what is your perception as of now, and for the 2 to 3 years to go? What will happen to them in Ukraine and in the world? And the second question, I would like to address it to Sergei Chernenko. Suppose that as of now there's quite a successful fintech in Ukraine, and you're aware that it's now providing services that you're interested in as a bank. Would you as a head of the bank try to invest into development of the similar service within the bank, or would you try to buy the startup offering this type of service that you're interested in? Can I answer Sergei? For Sergei, in his presentation he said that PUM has signed the Horizoid system, which is the answer to your question. So a Ukrainian fintech which provides banking solution probably that you cannot buy elsewhere. So frankly speaking, we are willing to pursue both paths, because willingness to cooperate should be one of the key factors of success. This is the organization that will make an easy entrance into the cooperation from legal and technological and mental point of view. Everybody will win. But are we willing to invest? Yes, we're willing to invest. We invest a lot. And if we see that there is a competence or solution that the startup is offering, we're ready to support. To answer your first question, I would like to clarify the most important for me has been what you find more preferential. So you already invest in, which is best for you, which is simpler for you to invest into your internal resources, or to stream the same money to buy something that's already been done, produced by a startup. We made our choice. Now we invest into ourselves. We invest into the changes of the company. We invest into spreading of the new skills, new culture, and new technologies, because we think that this is a precondition for a company to become a technology one and be successful. Cooperating with external startup companies. To answer you, to the investment attractiveness of Ukrainian banks will depend on the bank's ability to show the business model that is capable of generating income for the shareholders, something that I've been telling you. So de facto infrastructure was sold in 2005, and everybody was thinking the same. We have cheap money in Austria, France, Italy, you name, lots of countries, and we can give them as loans in Ukraine expensively, but in order to give to anyone, we need to go to the town of Kolomyia, and we need to open as many branches as possible on the main street of the small town of Kolomyia in western Ukraine. But when we are able to provide with the fintech innovation, with the distance selling channels, and to show to the external investor that with the help of this you can secure a long-term and high income return on investment, then we will become interesting, attractive from the investment point of view. I am sorry, but this is not this is a rare case now.
Just from my perspective, and this is personal, my personal advice is banks should not buy fintechs or startups. Let them be.
Okay, I'm afraid we don't have any more time for questions. I'm so sorry, but hopefully we can catch up people over lunch. I'd like to thank all the panelists for what has been a really interesting conversation. What is very clear is that digitalization, as we know, has already happened. We're going to see changes within banking infrastructure itself, how it's being through the branch network, how the branch network will develop or be cut down, as the case may be, as we become more automated. And in terms of that relationships between banks and fintechs, it's going to be critical whether they choose to partner, to innovate internally, or to buy out. So things will adapt very quickly within Ukraine, I think, over the next few years on that, as well as the relationship with the regulators within that process. So I'd have to say, leave it at that of, you have to really watch that space, and I think there has to be a conversation between the banks and the regulators within that. So again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Today we have quite an unusual panel. I visit different forums quite frequently and I report at these forums very often. And what I notice is that young people can become successful very often. How to become a leader, how to become successful, what skills you are supposed to have, this is what our panel will be about. Now I would like to introduce our panelists. Probably today we are going to talk not that much about sport and innovations, but a lot about internal motivations. I would like to introduce the undisputed cruiserweight champion, Ukrainian professional boxer Alexander Usyk. My partner says that when I see Alexander Usyk winning a fight and taking Ukrainian flag on the ring, I would like to kiss a TV box. So thank you very much, Alexander, for joining us. And our second panelist is also very interesting because he's the founder of startup worth $1.5 billion. And I was just thinking that probably I myself should be the founder of such startup. And I remember how we were traveling to my grandmother with my mother by train half the way, and another half the way was covered by car. And it was for 10 years. But such unusual and unordinary business could be set up by a leader with great skills and great qualities. I would like to introduce Nicolas Brisson, who is co-founder and CEO of BlaBlaCar. We really have lots of questions, but I would like to start from childhood period. We know that up to 7 years old, the children develop their basic skills, and later the skills are honed. Alexander, the question is to you. Probably you would like to provide some personal examples. What key skills were brought up in you by parents or by your friends that made you such a successful person? Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for invitation. I'm really pleased to attend such a forum, and it is for the first time for me. It is my first experience of attending these kind of forums. What I remember from my childhood, I remember my father telling me, if you want to achieve something in life, you should get to the final point. So if you set up a goal, for instance, to climb a tree, to the top of the tree, you should climb that tree, despite all the efforts and time and strength and skills you should have. Unfortunately, my father is not alive anymore, but actually he was the one that honed that skills in me. If I started doing something, I will bring it till the end. I will be crying, I will be indignant with the world about myself, but I will reach my goal, I will achieve my goal. And this is the way I live, this is the way I do it, not only in sports, but in life in general. There is the list. For instance, if you go to any competition, there is the participant card or participant questionnaire. And when I was a kid, I just imagined how I would go to any competition, how I would be fighting for a different world championship. I was thinking about big boxing school like Ukraine, Russia, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, and I was just imagining that I have the first fight with a Kazakh, with a champion from Kazakhstan, and I win that fight. And in the participation questionnaire or card, I put down who I was, not who I was supposed to be, but I was writing an Olympic champion, Beijing 2008, and I was writing this as far back as 2004 and 2005. I participated in those Olympic Games, but I didn't become a winner at that time, and I understood why. Because I was probably not working hard enough to win these games. I was mistaken because probably I underestimated my rival, my competitor. And I thought that just being present, just fighting in the Olympic Games was already a victory for me. But later I analyzed the situation. I probably rejected everything in my career trying to prepare for the next Olympic Games. I stopped communicating with many people. I made my circle of communication very narrow. And lots of people were telling me, probably you have become too proud of yourself, or you have become too vain. No, it was not the case. I had my goal. I tried to communicate only with very narrow circle of people. And I had a number of fights, a number of matches to stand. And up till now, I have this feeling of going to your goal. If I fail something, it is not a loss. It is not the final point. You have to analyze what your failure was about, and you have to analyze the situation correctly. Thank you, Alexander. Am I right to understand you that in childhood you already managed to see your goal? Once I told my parents that I don't want to go to the plant every day. My parents definitely had their jobs, and I said that I don't want to do it 5 days a week and have only 2 days off on Saturday and Sunday. I wanted to do something I loved. I wanted to do something that was enjoyable for me. This is something I do now. I am in sport. I'm communicating with people. I'm traveling all over the world, and that is part of my goal. Nicola, the question is to you. You are a successful person. You are a leader. What skills your parents gave to you, or probably you learned certain skills that make you more and more successful?
It's impressive to be next to a professional boxer. For me, it's interesting because I think you have two types of entrepreneur. You have some entrepreneurs that actually grew up with entrepreneurship because their parents were entrepreneur and they had a company and they used to taking a risk. And in my case, it was not at all the case. So my dad is a teacher and my mom was a doctor. And those are jobs you take for life. Right? So if you start as a teacher, you become a civil servant, and you're going to be a teacher probably all your life. And if you start as a doctor, you're probably going to be a doctor all your life. And what's interesting is when you start like a journey working for startups and creating your companies, initially your parents are a bit puzzled because for me they really pushed education. So they thought like, okay, the only way is to get like good degrees and good education so that then you can get a job and then you stay within a job and you have a good salary and you have a pretty stable life. And so my parents really pushed education, but when I started to move to the US and work in startup in Silicon Valley, it was very hard for them to understand because they thought like, okay, what have we done wrong? Like now he has a good degree and now he's working for these companies that go up and down and lay off people and go under and da, da, da. The beginning of the journey, when you start companies, you become entrepreneur, is pretty difficult when you look at your parents, because initially they don't understand. They don't understand what you're doing. They'd like you to probably take like a more classical path, and in a way you take like a much riskier path, and it's hard to explain. And to some extent, you have the same thing with your friends. When I remember, with especially with Fred and Francis, my co-founders, at the beginning of BlaBlaCar, people did not understand why we were pushing for BlaBlaCar because people did not believe in the concept. So 10, 12 years ago, I remember in business school, so Fred and I were actually pitching for the first time the concept of BlaBlaCar, and we had like a big panel of judges, and people told us like, it's never going to work, guys. You have good degrees, get a job, and stop right now. And I remember like one guy said, if you get like 100,000 people using your service in France, it's a miracle. Today we have 15 million people using the service in France, and we have 65 million people using the service on a global scale. And we have 4 million here in Ukraine. So at the beginning, it's pretty hard because you're being judged. And I think the hardest part is actually your parents they love you and they push you and they give you education and so on, and they don't understand why you start companies that you feel like something that's going to be useless. And then over time, if it works, then they become very proud. So.
Спасибо. Друзья,
Thank you very much. Dear friends, when I witnessed that people have sometimes very good projects, very good business plans, and when they face some difficulties, they already give up. And sometimes they give up just 5 minutes before or 5 seconds before they achieve success. So what is your way out when you face some difficulties? What lessons do you take from it? I remember the year 2008, after Olympic Games, when I came home, and I said that probably the judges were to blame, they were not objective. I took all my things, all my belongings, my cap, my boxing gloves, I put everything into my bag, and I told my mother, okay, that's it, that's the end. I probably will go and have some study at some university. I'm not interested in sport anymore. And mother told my father, and my father said, okay, let's wait a bit. Just 1 week after, I talked to one of my trainees, actually one of my mentors, who told me an interesting thing. He said, once we really pause just one step before we achieve success. And he told me, if you are just make a pause here, you won't be able to finish to get to your goal. And then I came home, I asked my mother, where is my bag? And my mother answered, okay, but you said that was the end, that was the final point. And then I answered, no, I made a mistake while saying that it was the end. I want to have my bag back, and I'm going to the gym. And I continued what I was doing, and thanks God, you know what happened. Alexander, we are really happy that you continued your way and you achieved your goal. Nikola, the same question is to you. Your company is very famous. It's really worth a lot in the stock exchange. And lots of people probably might think it was very easy, but I think you also faced lots of difficulties and challenges that you were able to overcome. So could you share your experience? How did you manage to overcome these challenges?
Like worth a lot on the stock exchange. We're not on the stock exchange yet, so I hope it's worth a lot, but not yet on the stock exchange. No,
я хочу уже купить ваши акции, честно.
It's forward-looking.
I just want to buy the shares.
So I think it comes down to your relationship to failure in the early days. And probably one of the reasons Europe in general has not been very good in the past at creating startup and pushing for innovation is the relationship we have to failure, where you're doing all your education, probably through your parents and going to school, you want to avoid failure. And if you think of an entrepreneurial journey of creating a company, and even still today at BlaBlaCar, you need to embrace failure, right? So failure needs to be okay, otherwise you're not going to take risk, and if you don't take risk, you're never going to create anything new. So it's something clearly I think we embraced in the early days, probably because out of the 3 co-founders, 2 of us actually lived in Silicon Valley, where people do embrace failure, so it's okay to fail and try again and fail and try again. Obviously, you want to succeed at some point. And at BlaBlaCar, we have one of the internal values. So we have 6 internal values, and one of them is fail, learn, succeed. So it's always, we call that FLS, fail, learn, succeed. And essentially what we tell all the employees of the company, it's okay to fail, as long as you learn something. And obviously we have succeeded at the end, because the goal of every business or every venture is to find your own success or success of the company. But I think relationship to failure is one of the big things. The other thing after that, which is difficult, is how long do you try and how long do you try to crack something? And there, if we're honest, there is no good answer. Because you're right that you said as an introduction that people give up too soon, and it's true in many companies. On the other hand, sometimes you need to realize something is failing, not working, realize failure, and pivot and do something else. And you have lots of stories of great companies that, in fact, had to pivot many times before they found success. Even for us with BlaBlaCar, I mean, we had to change the product many times in the early days in France because it was not taking off. When it comes to business model, we often tell that story, but we tried in France in the early days, we tried like 6 different business models. And every time we were like, okay, how do we make it work? We're going to try this, it doesn't work. Now we try that, it doesn't work. And after like 6 different, toying around with business model, okay, we found something that works where we help people transact online, and we found a good business model. So I think it's a mix of like obstination, but also recognizing failure and being able to learn from it and pivot pretty fast.
Я поддержу Николя.
I would support Nicolas. Unfortunately, there is a difference in between the culture in Ukraine and France. If you fail in Ukraine, then you're a loser. If in America you fail, then you experience a person. You've gained some experience. You are valuable asset for the company. And if you failed again, then you are an indispensable. Everybody wants to employ you. And, well, I mean, if you don't repeat the same mistake twice, which is not welcome by anyone. Now, tell me, I see quite often in the modern world a lot of trendy speakers telling that the strategies never work, business plans never work, and we make decisions on the spot. In my company, I have a strategy for half a year, I have a strategy for 10 years, and I am well aware that this strategy will be changed because technologies change, approaches change, I change, and I see the direction that we are heading to. Now you've reached great success. Do you have a strategy for half a year, for 10 years to come? What do you see you will be in the future? Alexander, will you tell us? Well, 10 years, I would say no. I'm not going to be boxing for 10 more years. I would like to I don't want to be boxing for 10 more years, but if the Lord Almighty give me the strength to do it, I will. And definitely there's a strategy, there's a plan to all the things that have got to be done. What you've been saying, that every rival, every adversary, we modify this plan because this can be a right-handed or left-handed boxer that I have to box with, maybe an aggressive boxer or counter-attack boxer. We change our strategy, we change the preparation technique, we modify certain things, but all through the preparatory time, what I've been doing, that's a professional boxing, not amateur boxing. We do one and the same thing time and again, to a great or to lesser extent. We try to make it bigger to have the result. If we stop, then a guy from over the seas will do more of it and will win. I have 30 seconds to give an example. I have 30 seconds. Over the period of 30 seconds, I have to do 18 repetitions. And my coach, in second 20, starts the countdown. So 9, 8, 7, 6. And out of the 10 guys, 8 when there's a countdown, when he or she hears 7, 8, the person simply stops during the repetition. 2 people will continue until the countdown reaches time. So in 2 seconds you can do 3 to 4 repetitions of the same exercise. Those 3 to 4 seconds is the plus, and then you have a lot of plus, big advantage. So if you subtract those seconds, you lose, and you will lose. Nikolai, I would like to ask you the same question. You are a success, you have a successful company. You have a strategy to develop for half a year, for 10 years to go. What is the strategy? Tell us.
Yeah, so for us, I mean, people often confuse like vision, mission, strategy, and tactics in a company. So clearly, we try to have like a long-term vision on how we do things and how we run the business. So for us, like the thing that we share internally is we bring freedom, we bring fairness, and we bring fraternity to the world of travel. So that's really like the vision we want to bring and the way we do things. And that doesn't really change. So that's probably true now. It's probably going to be true next year. It's true in 5 years because that's kind of the DNA and the objective of the company. When it comes to strategy, you need to adapt your strategy pretty quickly, but you still need to define like something for probably, like I would say, 2 to 5 years as a strategy, because otherwise you don't really know where you're going. So for instance, if I look at BlaBlaCar over the last 4 years, our strategy was clearly becoming a global company. So we realized in 2012 that the service is working in France, and we see people using that and starting to do long-distance carpooling in France. And then we looked around and we realized that, okay, no one is really doing, or almost no one is doing what we do all over Europe and even outside of Europe. So our strategy was, okay, before thinking of even like rolling out the business model or trying to monetize and demonstrate that the business can become profitable and so on, we need to move very, very fast and create communities and launch that in at least all the European countries and even more. And that became like an obsession. So almost everything we did in the company from 2012 to 2016 was very much geared toward launching new countries. So we went from 1 country to 22 countries between 2012 essentially and 2016, and that's how we launched Ukraine in 2014 essentially, and started to really push in Ukraine in 2016. After that, if you look at that with a microscope, of course we changed the product. You realize that every country is different culturally, payment systems are different, like the appetite to the product is different, so you need to apply different tactics to adapt. And today we're entering like a new phase in terms of strategy, where essentially our goal is to become the go-to place for road travel. So for intercity road travel, we want like BlaBlaCar to be top of mind as the place I want to go to if I want to move from point A to point B. And now what we do is we think like, okay, how do we offer more and more things to passengers and drivers so that we attract more and more demand, and BlaBlaCar becomes the go-to place online to book travel between cities. And we're entering this new phase, but it doesn't really tell you how you're going to do it. How is tactics, right? And then you adapt, because sometimes you have new technology, new competitors, new regulation. You need to monetize. You need to implement a new business model, because the business model of country 1 doesn't work in country number 2. And that's why you need like smart people on the ground in every market to just adapt and navigate. But I think it's important to still have like maybe like a 2-3 year plan in terms of strategy. I'm not talking about detailed financial plan, but like a vision of your strategy, and then you need like an overall mission that drives people.
Thank you very much, and I would like to ask the final question, and then we will be ready to answer questions if you have any. Tell us, dear speakers. Now, what if every leader has got lots of different skills, but tell us about a skill. Tell us a skill that you have got. For example, if I were to speak about myself, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we decided to launch a Kyiv International Investment Forum. It took us 2 years. Well, it was following the 2013 events, but we never gave up. We did our best in order to improve our forum, add new panels for discussion, and today this is quite a successful platform, and we're developing, and we hope that next year's edition will be even better. In 2 years' time, edition will be even better. So my skill is the persistence. Despite the fact that the initial 2 years were not that good, we never quit, we moved on, and we're moving on. Tell us about a skill of yours and give us an example. I'm an astronaut. When I have to speak, it's difficult for me. When I run and I speak and I laugh and I tell her that it's weaker, that it will not kill me, and I'm definite about it. People are looking at me and they say, hey, what are you looking at? I say, I don't know. What do you mean? Like, what are you looking at? No, we don't see that. This is, well, I talk. Talking. Nicola, what is the skill or value that you have of a strong leader that helps you to go through difficulties? But give us only one.
For me, it's quite similar to what you described for yourself. I tend to call that obsession. I think to be successful at something, you need to become a bit obsessed about like making it happen. And if I look at the way I push project in my life or through BlaBlaCar and so on, it's very much like sometimes I obsess about something. So international expansion, for example, that I just mentioned, was almost my only obsession at BlaBlaCar for 4 years. And everything was geared toward, we need to be #1 in every country in the world as fast as possible. And you wake up with that, you go to bed with that, you think about that all the time, and you become a bit obsessive. And then you shift your obsession to something else, and you keep on going. So yeah, I think it's pretty rare to find like good entrepreneurs that don't end up being obsessed about their product or their strategy or something.
правильно понимаю,
Do I understand you that you've got to be involved 24/7? And I will give you a piece of advice. If you'd like to be a leader, you would like to please be persistent, fight problems, and be engaged. And definitely you will be successful, and the success of each and every one of you depends on the on economical independence of our country. Thank you very much for part one of our talk show, and if you have any questions, feel free. This is the second part of our talk show. Okay, Victor. Thank you very much. And I'd like to ask everyone, how many friends do you have? Now, let me count. Well, I'd like to tell you that I like partnership. I think partnership is one of my best qualities. How many businesses, in all the businesses I have partners, and as years go by, these partners become my friends, and I think I have 100 friends. Yes, I have close friends, of which there are 3 or 4, the ones that I see more often, but they are not always my business partners. I have some friends from my childhood, but in the modern world, you need to be looking for partners, and the partners, if these are honest, decent people, strong partners, as time goes by, they will transform into friends, which will enable you to develop your business even more. True friends, I don't think you can have a lot of true friends, and this is like that's like a small, modest, friendly family. I have lots of acquaintances, I have lots of people who do who help me to achieve my objective, and all through my life I learn from them. They teach me. So there are people who are older than I am, there are people who are the same age as I am. So I have lots of acquaintances, but I have only a few friends. But those friends are true ones.
Tough question. So on Facebook I have lots of friends, and but I don't know them very well. No, you're like real friends. I think like in your life you don't have that many. It's probably like a handful of true friends that you've been knowing for a long time, and you can really gauge friendship only in tough times. So when things go well, especially in a business environment where you spend your time actually working and so on, you have lots of friends. But like real friends are probably people that went through like the phase actually with you. So.
Does anybody have more questions? Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your speeches. And tell us, why do you want to be leaders? You lead a lot of people, you have lots of business partners, you have lots of friends who support you. What is the objective? What is the world that you lead the people who are behind you to? So once I've been talking about this, if, for example, if there's a boy of 12, 13, 15 years of age, 35, 50 years of age, is happy with what I'm doing. This is why I'm doing that. If somebody is happy with what I'm doing, that's why I'm doing it.
So one thing I often describe is, for me, it's more like when I wake up in the morning, am I happy to go to work, which I don't even consider work because it's your company. And so far, if I look at I've been working for like 18 years, I think almost never I woke up in the morning feeling like, and if that's the case, I want to change. And so far with BlaBlaCar, I think every day or every week when I went to work, I was excited about the future, I was optimistic about the future. It does not mean it's easy or you're not fighting every day, but like every day I feel we're still at the very beginning of the adventure. So, and I've been saying that for 10 years, and today, when I think of BlaBlaCar in Ukraine, when I think of what we could do and the potential of like sharing cars around the world, I think we're still very, very, very tiny. So as long as you believe you're still at the beginning of the journey and the adventure is not over, and you wake up every morning and you're pretty excited, I don't even think you lead people, you just like keep on bringing some energy on the table, other people follow you, and then they bring more energy and more people follow, and that's how you create a company.
And if we talk about my business, What drives me is reaching the goal rather than financial point. I try to create new opportunities. I try to create new environment, the environment where young talents, young companies may achieve success. And if I am a panelist here, and if you take some lessons from this panel, if you implement it, and if you become successful, this is what is there for me. Thank you. The question, first of all, thank you for discussion. Mykola Skiba, Ukrainian Institute of the Future. Leadership is great, it's cool, it inspires, but now we hear the word ecosystem, and it requires better interaction between leaders. So the question is to you, how can we make leaders interact more with each other? How can we bring up solidarity in order for the leaders to achieve critical mass? Almost a political question, I would say. Alexander, what about you? I think that the highest function of the leader is to generate other leaders. We have to share our knowledge, our skills. We have to establish teams that probably at a certain period of time will be stronger and more professional than we. This is probably the highest goal for the leader. What we have learned to do is to build up. The moment we learn how to do it, the moment we become successful. Because what we do is we do something for ourselves and we want to have it here and now. It cannot be like that. A child is born and it fails. When he or she is starting learning to walk, he falls down a lot. So just imagine this child saying, okay, I'm not going to learn to walk anymore. So when two leaders meet, they have to do something together, they have to interact, and as a result, they will come up with something big. And if each of them builds something for himself or herself, then it will be not very good. Like bees, we have to work like bees.
We'll talk about like the sector I know, which is like startups and technology. I think what's key is to demonstrate like success, and then people reinvest in the ecosystem, and you have a bit of a snowball effect taking place. So if you look at the place on earth where you have probably the most technology companies and startups, it's obviously in Silicon Valley. And that's that's where I started my career. And there you're surrounded by examples of entrepreneurs that have done it and have built amazing companies. So you just drive down 101 and you see the Apple campus, you see Oracle, you see Cisco, you see Google. And you realize that over there, if you start a company, you can talk to people who have been there, done that. You can find angel investors. You can find like good, very smart employees, and so on and so on. So I think what's critical in any country, and specifically in Ukraine, is that like the first successful entrepreneur, number one, stay in Ukraine. Number two, reinvest in the ecosystem as example of success. And this example of success is very interesting, because even when you look at France, when we started BlaBlaCar, which was 10 years ago, you didn't have that many French startups that were successful at that time. So it's hard to identify, because you cannot find like peers that tell you, yeah, it's okay, you know what, you can create that company and it's going to work and da-da-da-da-da, because you don't have that many examples. So I think what's important is sharing that knowledge within the ecosystem. When you've been successful, reinvesting in the ecosystem. And then over time, and again, I was saying on the panel earlier this morning, it takes time to build an ecosystem. But over time, if successful people share and reinvest in the ecosystem, you do create the ecosystem.
Thank you for invitation, a very interesting panel. You are leaders, undoubtful leaders. What is money for you? I mean, as a financial tool. Money is a tool and a mechanism to achieve success, nothing else. We use money in order to reach our goal. That's it. I would say like that. Money is a good serviceman, but a bad master. So you should not think about profits, exclusively about profits. If you think like that, you already lost. You should think what you can do, and if you do it, money will be your profit. And when I was going to Olympic Games, my motivation was to become an Olympic champion. And somebody asked me, what about money? And I said, okay, if I become an Olympic champion, probably I will get some financial reward. But isn't it motivating you? And I said, no, what motivates me is the Olympic title and Olympic gold medal.
Again, like talking about what I know about startups, money is very much an enabler. So to some extent, like you need to raise funds, typically from venture capitalists, to grow your business. And it matters because it's a race. So it's a race against different companies from different countries that you realize that XYZ sector is very interesting and you're not the only entrepreneur. So you cannot be naive and you need to raise money to accelerate and build your product and expand your company pretty fast. So to me, it's mostly like an enabler. The other thing that we need to realize, it becomes also like a measurement of success within especially the startup ecosystem, and whether we like it or not. And today we see like lots of, the media, for example, would say, oh, XYZ company is a unicorn. And a unicorn in startup language is a company worth more than $1 billion. If you think of it, it's almost irrelevant whether you're worth 1.1 or 0.9. Frankly, it's about the same. But there is this fantasy of like, okay, you need to become a unicorn and people list unicorn. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I think most companies thrive to be worth more than $1 billion. But at the end of the day, I think when you build a company, money is an enabler. Like you should really think of money as the enabler for growth, the enabler for success.
I have such a question. Mr. Khmelnytsky, I was present in the morning at one of our early sessions, and I see that your wife is also present here. And the question is to all the participants of the panel. What is the role of your wife, of your women, in your becoming a leader and in your achievement of success? Okay, you have such a question. Difficult question. Definitely, my wife deals with education, and it's very interesting for me because whatever we are doing, be it army, be it economy, be it sport, everything depends on educating our children. And it's interesting for me to know what are new methodologies, what are new techniques in education, how can we apply them in business. Sometimes we share this knowledge with my wife, and this is again what motivates me. I would talk about my wife. Her name is Catherine. I have known her for a long period of time, and we have been married for a long time. And she brings up 3 kids. We have 3 kids, and I know that she supports me a lot because I know that my kids are fine. They go to school, they go to kindergarten, they are happy. She supports me in everything I do. And sometimes she says, probably you should not. She says, probably you should not do this, and I tell her, no, I should do this because I know it works. So she's my love. She's my support.
I didn't realize I was supposed to talk about that on a panel. I didn't realize panels were like that in Ukraine. I guess what's interesting is when you have like a very entrepreneurial life, and as I was saying, like you become obsessed about your company and your product and so on, you end up working a lot or dedicating lots of time. So for me and my couple, what was key essentially was to recognize that I can follow my passion and my wife can follow her passion, and then we still find some time to spend some time together and with the kid. But it's something you need to be pretty clear and pretty honest about, I guess, in your relationship, is the fact that you're probably going to be consumed by your passion and your business, and it probably means you're going to travel a lot and you're going to spend a lot of time. And through like the different relationships I had, I realized that unless you're very, very transparent at the beginning about the fact that you want to do that, it's not going to work. So I learned that through, I was talking about failure, lots of fail, learn, succeed in terms of relationship as well.
И последние вопросы, мы будем заканчивать.
Please, the last question, and we finish. Thank you very much for such a great panel, for the possibility to listen to you and to communicate with you. We have heard about perseverance and persistence and overcoming challenges. This is something what we expect. The question is to you as males, the role of intuition. Does intuition play a certain role in your life? Does it guide you? Do you listen to your gut feeling? Or analysis, systematic work, and discipline is something that makes you successful? I'm an Orthodox, I'm a religious person. I try to ask God to help me, to mentor me, to give me right thoughts, and to teach me what is right, what's wrong. Certainly, there is something about gut feeling, or when you feel that this way is better than the other one. And the initial idea that comes to mind, this is something I usually believe in, because all the rest are already doubts, hesitations, probably I should do this or that. So if the first idea comes to your mind, you should follow it. If you fail, okay, you should try again. And you can try as many times as you may, until you achieve your goal.
And for me, I'm an engineer by background. I studied physics, so I believe in numbers and analysis, and generally I was always pretty good with numbers. Having said that, very, very often when you look at the way you take decision, intuition plays a massive part in your decision, and sometimes you just backward engineer your intuition with numbers. And sometimes engineers are very good at that, actually. Sometimes you base your decision on intuition and then you convince people with numbers, but at the beginning it was very much an intuition. So the thing I've seen, and I try to develop, and I see typically in successful people or successful entrepreneurs, it's something I call pattern recognition. So it's people who've been in several situations or experiences, and they do lots of analogy. So they realize that, okay, that's something they've seen before in another company, or that's something they've seen before in their life. And they develop, I would say, what I call your guided intuition or analytical intuition, where in your back of your mind you have so many patterns and examples that you realize that a new situation is not completely new, and you can use lots of past experience or things you've read or things you've seen or things you've heard or that other people shared with you or that some mentors actually help you figure out, and it's going to help you in your decision making. So I think one of the key actually of lots of successful people is pattern recognition, and to some extent I think it also applies in sport. If you think of whether it's, I don't know, boxing, or if you watch tennis, I would say the good tennis players, guys like Nadal or Federer, are probably pretty good at knowing where the ball is likely to come or where they should put the ball. And it's not just pure intuition. I think it's just pattern recognition, because they've been in that situation over and over again, and hence they know how to react to the new situation, which is not completely new.
And before we wrap up this panel, I would kindly ask our speakers, in 1 minute, just give us a recommendation to our friends, partners, colleagues, what to do, what do the leaders have to do in the modern world, what skills do we need to have, how do we have to behave in tough situations. Please do not exceed 1 minute's time. I think that you don't have to rush into conclusion when choosing something, and don't rush, don't jump into without thinking. You need to be waiting, pensive about everything. At least I try to do it. I don't always succeed in that, but I try to think before shooting, so to say. And if you've got an objective, you will definitely have to attain it, reach it. If at the same time you have one more objective parallel to the first one, you'll get dissipated among the two objectives. You need clearly understand where you're heading to, why you're heading there to, and why you need to head for that objective. If it's so simple, well, things are not that simple. You need to put a lot of effort, energy into attaining your objective. I told myself once that it's not that I want. I will be absolute world champion, and it took me 5 years, gradually, step by step. A lot of people told me you will never do that. Even when I was training, I was told, don't box, go train. My geography teacher told me that I was a stupid boy, I was a stupid, bad student. But there's nothing I could tell her back. I was simply getting mad, but I told myself I will prove that your ideas were wrong. Probably she was mad at me because I was misbehaving at a certain point, my geography teacher. I'm 31 now, and all through my life I've been overcoming difficulties, bottlenecks, and I do like it. I really enjoy it. And when you have a tough work to do, and in the audience they're friends of my team, and they go to the training camp with me, and we've been there for 45 days now. So some of them set as subjective. Before the forum, I had been doing them psychological tasks. You need to count, you need to call out certain words, but at a certain moment I told them I'm quitting. I don't want to do those, simply to make them mad. But they and I know that I will accomplish those tasks. If I don't, I will make a step back. But my opponent will make a step ahead. Or you can stand still, but stand still only to kickstart 2 steps ahead, but never sitting back, never going back. I'm a sportsman, I'm a boxer, and I'd like to tell you, make a step sideways, but never step back. Make a step to the side, to the left, to the right, but just keep on going, move ahead, never back down.
Maybe I'll start with a remark, but I think we live in a very interesting time in a sense that your internet started about 20 years ago, and there's been like slow start, ups and downs, and so on. But if you look at the role of technology now, I think we're still at the very beginning of a revolution in terms of like technology, AI, automation, and so on and so on. And I think for lots of people, especially lots of young people, there is like a massive open field actually to create new things. And I think the pace of innovation, pace of growth, pace of technology is only increasing. So I often say like to the new generation, if you have an idea, if you want to build a company, be an entrepreneur, now is the time. It's probably the best time in the last 20 years actually to start a company from many perspectives. On the maybe more personal note, I think it's key for most people to define a vision for yourself. The same way you define a vision for a company, you just define a vision of like what you want to be, whether it's like the world champion or great entrepreneur or something else, or a politician, or I don't know. Define that, and then along the way, you'll find lots of people, because it's much easier, telling you why it's not going to work. Like most people will tell you why something is not going to work. They rarely tell you why something is going to work. Don't listen to naysayers, essentially, and just like keep on moving. So whether you go side or in front, but don't step back, as you were saying, because it's very easy. So most people surrounding you, when you want to do something new, will find like lots of reasons why you should not do it. So listen to your internal engine and just do it.
Уважаемые коллеги,
dear colleagues, it doesn't matter what you do. if you're a sportsman or a high-tech specialist, or you build plans, set real objectives that you can attain, develop strategy. We're all well aware that the world is changing, so will our strategies. Reach out for the success, and once you are successful, set new objectives, overcome challenges, obstacles, never stop, because life is motion. And in our country's got great people, great opportunities, so let's move together along the path of success. Thank you very much. Best of luck to you. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to express my gratitude to our participants. My name Alexander Usyk, who is with us, the boxing champion, and Nicolas Brusson, the owner of the BlaBlaCar and the co-founder and the CEO of the BlaBlaCar.
Start our panel. И мы начнем нашу панель. Okay, so I'm the manager with the clicker. I just will try to work with that. Left, right. Is it working, this one? Okay, well, okay, yes, right. Просто для того, чтобы вы проверили на той...
For you to check whether you came to the right point. This is the topic of our panel, Reloading Innovations from System to Ecosystem. I will do this panel in Russian. Probably some of you wanted to have it in English, but there is interpretation, and I still think the majority of people are speaking Russian, so I would like to speak Russian, and I would like to interpret. I will interpret for our panelists in case something is not clear. For Ukraine to become a competitive country, and it's quite possible when we talk about digital transformation, so Ukraine has to make a breakthrough, and not only to show our IT field, but Ukraine should become a country with digital economy. One of the key conditions how we can do it is to start establishing stable ecosystems with sustainable growth, which means reliable growth. In order to do it, we have to think and discuss what should be the elements of such ecosystem. When we started discussing this topic with our panelists, we understood that at the beginning we should come to a common terminology, and we should develop a common definition of the ecosystem. And it's interesting that when we did a survey in Ukraine, it showed that 75% of people, when they hear the term ecosystem, usually they understand that it is about environmental ecosystem. And only when you add such words as digital or IT ecosystem, people start understanding what it's all about. Therefore, I would like to give you a short presentation and to comment what ecosystem is, and then I will give the floor to our speakers to talk about it. Talking about innovative system. Please, next slide. Somehow I cannot change the slide myself, so please, next slide. So when we talk about innovative ecosystem, first of all, we have to understand that when the companies are talking about their digital strategy, the majority of companies, and I mean not only Ukrainian but also global companies, they focus on solving very small tasks, and only on the fourth place there are issues related to ecosystems. Usually it is related to the fact that lots of companies live in the outdated world where the competition is the most important, and the companies have to build up their place in the market, and instead of working on the partnership basis, which means establishing ecosystem and good interaction between companies. If we go to the next slide, on the innovative system is meant usually all issues related to innovations, but you understand that for post-Soviet countries, innovations were very important. Lots of things were produced, but very few things were commercialized. And lots of things started with IT, but not everything is sold. And definitely we should be customer-oriented, we should be customer needs-oriented. And coming back to innovative system, this innovative system usually includes innovative programs offered either by the government or by the company itself, incubation programs, and venture capital that is stimulating such innovations. Then if we discuss how the transformations happens to the company that try to commercialize certain solutions, we know about startup system. And the very startup companies do not want to get commercialized and to become large commercial groups, which is a component of traditional market, but these startups are united in ecosystems because there are certain organizations that provide support to such startups, and they either buy products of such startups or integrate the startup into their system. But it is just the ecosystem that is built around startups. If we take the topic which is often discussed by global consultants, they mainly state the point that in order to develop global economy, it's necessary to combine three elements: social element or social component, when the society has enough skills and competences to develop. It includes all external opportunities and economic growth and environmental issues. There is an interesting European approach to ecosystems that shows that apart from product innovations, which usually are brought by startups, there are also separate research and developing centers that generate lots of ideas but do not develop them further on in startups. Also, a large pool belongs to developing talents. Also, there are scientific and transfer centers affiliated to the universities, different laboratories, etc. And also, a large part means financial and legal support to big component of the market. And you see that it is the area of legal and political context that supports development of companies on at a certain level. And in line with this European ecosystem, I would like to give the floor to our panelists and give them a question. In your opinion, what is ecosystem from your point of view, and how is it different from the normal innovative system? I would like to give the floor to Rick Rasmussen. He is an experienced expert. He has been working both with the public and private companies, and I would like to have this slide. And when we started communicating with him, he sent me the Economist cover page, and he said that he would talk about the fact why our startups are going elsewhere. So the floor is yours.
It's my esteemed honor. Thank you so much. What's an ecosystem? That's an interesting question to start, because and I think it's important for the panel to essentially get our vocabulary straight, and so that when we start comparing things and talking about how to develop ecosystems, that we kind of have that straight. So this is a model that I developed circa 2011 and 12 that talks about ecosystems from the ground floor up. That is, how do they grow organically? It's not a declaration by government or academics or anything like that from top down about what an ecosystem is. So this one starts at the middle with individual startups. These are people that want to go ahead and create a company, to develop a product line, to somehow change the world overall. And historically in Silicon Valley, that's been done by individuals through garages and coffee shops. There was never really an ecosystem per se, even though we think of Silicon Valley that way. It was all very organic. But after the dot-com nuclear winter, there started to be a series of aids, assistants, things like that. So incubators, accelerators, Y Combinator, angel groups, and things like that started to develop. And those ecosystems, those points of light, those individual contacts is what I'm trying to describe here. So if you wanted to build out an incubator and accelerator, what elements would that have? Well, it consists of office space as an option, consists of mentoring, that is experienced entrepreneurs who are lending their assistance. It consists of events where you pull in people and you build a community that helps up in supporting those startups. And if you have enough startups and enough value and enough critical mass, that starts to pull in, this is the gravity that starts to pull in all these other elements. So it starts to pull in universities and governments and corporations, start to pull in funding from venture capital and angels and service providers. But only until you have this critical mass, they'll be on the outside looking in overall. So to me, this is what an ecosystem looks like.
And just for me to understand, so you have an internal circle and you have external circle. What's the difference and why that's, on the different levels?
So I designed this when I was building an ecosystem. I was designing something at that point, which is called Nest GSV, now it's GSV Labs. It's the second largest accelerator in Silicon Valley. So I had to decide, okay, what's under our control and outside of our control? So under our control was the things in white, and outside of our control, but those things that we wanted to capture were all the things in orange there.
So it means like we have internal enablers and then external, helpers.
Yeah.
Who is developing it.
Well said.
Great. Thank you. So I propose now a little bit past Daniel and just to take another part, Max, so just to have a little bit view from Ukrainian side. And then I will go back.
День добрый. Нет? Слышно, да?
Well, actually, we can consider ecosystem at different angles, but there will be certain similar components, and part of them will have already been mentioned by Rick. I like very much to divide ecosystems into 6 big blocks. On the left, top left corner is policy, and we immediately try to analyze what is happening in Ukraine. Policy means how much environment from the viewpoint of legislation stimulates registering enterprises in Ukraine. And here we face a number of problems. So here we have some barriers. So policy is an obstacle for us, therefore startups are registered in some other jurisdictions. The second big block is funding. Now we have about 40 invest funds, about 15 of them are active. We have some gaps with pre-seed investments, so funding for Ukrainian startups is a challenging point. Victoria knows better than me. The third big component is culture. Yesterday we discussed it with Rick. There is the so-called mommy test, and it's whether your mom recommends you to start entrepreneurship, whether the role model of entrepreneur, whether the image of entrepreneur is positive. Again, we do have some problems here in Ukraine. The fourth block is support. Here we talk about accelerators, and in Ukraine we do not have a single classical incubator. But in terms of infrastructure, we already have co-working space, we have tried to build unit city, etc. We do not have mentors, so it's like 50-50 here. The fifth one is market reach. Actually, we do not have Ukrainian market, or almost do not have Ukrainian markets. English language is again 50-50, and if we talk about global access to global markets, again it's probably a minus. And the last point is talents. And here we can divide it into sub-units. Technical talents, where so far we do have something to be proud of. And the second point is business talents. So here we actually have a disaster because there are some specialized fields where we definitely lack experts. And therefore, we are in outsourcing. We have technical talents and a bit of infrastructure. Maxim, I have lots of questions to you. When we do not have incubators, when we do not have accelerators, lots of people might think that, okay, but there is that incubator, another incubator, but you have mentioned Unit City yourself and your experience in this field. So can you comment why we do not have incubators, why we do not have accelerators?
Well, as far as I know, what is lacking, as far as I know, they don't exist, and the reason is it's financially not profitable thing. Incubators do not have a business model as, well, it's just a standalone project, and that's why all over the world with the help of different tools, these type of projects are being supported and are supported. So, for example, Kyiv Startup Hub is an incubator in 1991, Big Data Incubator, IoT Incubator, and what are those if they are not incubators? Nadezhda. Well, unfortunately, there are some small, cool projects. For example, there's a corporate accelerator. Radartech is the co-founder, and this is corporate innovation. But these are not classical accelerators. We wanted to set up a happy farm or slabs. Both two projects got shut down or moved to Kazakhstan. To summarize, our incubators are more like corporate adjacent labs when a corporation is interested in a certain technology, and around that technology startups are invited to develop the technology. So that's the internal in-house lab. 1991, because I kind of worked with them, this is a big data incubator when there's a law on big data, and there was a need to make this state to look up at the startup having big data. So that's why those incubators came to existence. Okay, thank you very much. I think that we in detail will continue.
How do you, I don't know, okay, in English, sorry. Based on your analysis, you work with like huge amount of companies and working with policies, regulations, and everything. Innovation system and innovation ecosystem, where the regulation is coming from?
Can you hear me?
То есть вот где появляется регулирование непосредственно?
So where is the regulation come into force, in innovation system or in the ecosystem?
So you're asking what policies need to be changed, or where they?
Where the policies appeared. So is it from innovation system already? So innovation system needs some support from government and regulation, or it is already when we try to build ecosystem?
Yeah. So I think. Well, let me actually answer your first question to Rick, and then go to your. So, in my view, at least, the difference between a system and an ecosystem is a matter of complexity. So, a lot of people, a lot of our clients, actually, when we speak to them about innovation, they think of it as sort of a linear process. You put in something here, and it goes through this process, and then boom, you have a new process or a new service. And that's not actually how the system works at all. You need all of these different, as both Rick and Max have shown, you need all of these different enabling factors to be able to have a fully functioning ecosystem and innovative people who can create businesses and create new processes and services. And one of those things is certainly policy. I don't think that you can have a well-functioning innovation system, have people create new businesses and new processes and new services without some sort of enabling policy.
You know, thinking about digital economy, I constantly have a question. Is it possible that the startup ecosystem can develop further without any regulation, without any kind of government support? Build a very strong, sustainable economy.
I think it's possible without. You would have to remove, here in Ukraine now, there are certainly policy barriers that need to be removed. But it could happen without government subsidization or positive government policies, I think.
So government can speed up that development? A bit.
Yeah, a bit.
So government can stay out of the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this would be a very American perspective, I think.
Okay, thank you. We will follow that. Я хотела бы перейти к Виктории Тигибко.
I would like to ask Victoria Tygibko. Victoria, you've had great experience not only about Ukrainian market, but you also had experience in neighboring countries' market, and you have quite a great knowledge. You can even compare startups in Ukraine with those in other countries, and the foreign investors always come to invest into Ukrainian startups. On with you, is the ecosystem in Ukraine up and running? And from your point of view, what is the difference in between the innovative system and ecosystem? Before you start, I'd like to ask everyone, currently we will go over to the voting process, and for you to vote, please open up the question. Victoria will be answering the question. You either have to log in into bot, or in the engine browser, you need to answer the question. Well, Victoria, but the microphone is yours. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure of seeing all of you. This is quite an interesting, although generic, but interesting topic. I will talk about from a practical point of view. Since 2010, we've been investing into the ecosystem of startups, not only in Ukraine, but also in other European countries and in the US. We have 135 companies in our portfolio. We have 45 exits, 13 out of 45 we've lost because of the bankruptcy. Mostly the companies are American Europeans. With regards to the development and maturity of the Ukrainian ecosystem, I can tell you that we prepare well stuff for exporting, and all our ecosystem is for training talented people, talented startup people starting here in Ukraine, not be invested into them. I will tell you the reasons why they're not invested into by the Ukrainian companies. Those startups either move to the European or Asian or American continent. Their companies moving to Asia and the Middle East. The Middle East offer grants at $500,000 for a company to move to Dubai and get registered Dubai or Abu Dhabi. $500,000 of grant, imagine that, and you can do with that money whatever you want to, developing a business. So probably the competition in those territories are much more fun and interesting than what we have here in Ukraine. Max has been right saying registering a company in Ukraine is almost unreal, because you can register a company, but it's impossible to get money and impossible to register. And if you get the money, you won't be able to buy services in Europe. You won't be able to transfer that money. So that's why we have this strange phenomenon when a country is refusing to adopt hundreds and millions of dollars because it's simply not written correctly. Rules are not written about, and minor investors and rules on those investors are not clearly written out. And about 10% of the companies were just lead investors. So when we part of the boards and do some other good stuff, state regulating and governance, this is just an intro. There's a lot of things I put down on paper while I've been listening to speaker number one. So the main things I would like to talk about, education is the most important, I guess, and each and every one, not even relying on the state, makes his or her impact into development of the education at every level. So, for example, we support free of charge children clubs, computer clubs, iClub, which is part of the international network. 10,000 children have already gone through these classes. Now they know how to program in different languages, starting from scratch all the way to Python in gamified form. And these are the products specially developed for the Code Club Global by Message MTI. So this is our small introduction as a T-Venture to support the development of the ecosystem of mathematical and algorithmic thinking of programming with the Ukrainian children of 7 to 14 years of age. This state does not participate in this. So the teachers, the volunteers, free of charge, spend 90 minutes teaching kids those standards, and the next following year we have 20,000 children and 1,000 clubs, and the education is the core. Why? How come that there's a lot of unnecessary professionals? How come that we can have 10 professions of the future and not of that professions are considered to be major as at universities? You cannot major in those professions. So the state needs to help, just like it's been done in neighboring countries, not to mention Belarus. Maybe it sounds ridiculous, Belarus as an IT country, but they did a great job. They completely changed the educational system, and they turned everything upside down. And lots of engineering and lots of majors in mathematician engineering are offered at universities. Mathematics is not just deep sounds. Mathematics is good for everyone. If you have algorithmic thinking, it will be good for you, even though you're not a mathematician. And just like in Israel, for example, 135 engineer per 10,000 people. In America, 85 engineer per 10,000 population, but you know the number of engineers in Ukraine, although Ukraine is considered to be a technological country and so on and so forth. And there's a lot of other. So we'll go back to discussing this issue in more detail. I would like you to clarify the innovation and the ecosystem. What, in your perception, what do we have more? Innovation or ecosystem? I've heard of education. I've heard about the support that should be from the side of the state education, different types of subsidies or some assistance, so to say. Max has told about that, and incentives, and so the angels. So who can give money to the startup? If, for example, there were some kind of state subsidies or privileges for those who invest money into the early stage startups, these can be corporate tax, legal entities, individual entities. Reduce their taxes. You invest half of your taxes into startup. Private people, that'd be great. At the market, there would be a lot of untrained new kids on the ground that you can eventually train. We would like to join, but no one even trying to mitigate the risk of initial investment. These are simple things that we've done. Belarus, for example. So we're talking about Belarus, Israel, and Singapore. Those are small, tiny nations that you can actually envy, but they've done a great job. Zero corporate tax, zero VAT they have, and 1% is the amount they pay from the revenue with technological startups there, and they are exempt for 5 years from. And this law was launched in 1949 in Israel. I mean, everybody left for those countries leaving our country. We will talk and we will discuss, and I would like to give the microphone to Andy. And please.
I would like to ask you also about the innovation system and ecosystem difference from your point of view, and also knowing, якщо я буду російською.
What if I switch into Russian, Ukrainian? Which language do you prefer? I know that the PricewaterhouseCoopers, since we were in the neighboring offices, they produced a lot of programs for the state sector. Lots of policies they wrote for the state sector, and I know it's difficult using Soviet regulations, what we inherited, to switching to the innovative, new capitalist type of work. From your point of view, what is the difference and what is the main problem of our regulation and regulating and governance, and how come it's taken us so long? We have lots of examples, but very little time. Let's go through Europe. I went to Luxembourg half a year ago. The EU, Brussels, our companies, PwC, 50 million euros to develop Excel Retro. This is a high-tech business. This is something that's been up and running. We're developing and we're looking for markets. We fully support them. One-stop shop, Luxembourg, Budapest, Hungary. The state has given PwC, there was a 10 billion process, and they won the tender, and they would develop startups in Hungary. And this is the experience that is alive. Just a week ago, I had a chance to meet the Georgians in Tbilisi. They told me, guys, you lack something in Ukraine. What do you mean? You proud that you are high-tech, you're technicians, you have computers, computer IT. We had the land cadastral years ago when we've been using the blockchain. Where's your blockchain? And I, by the way, know that there are Georgians here who for many years have been trying to promote the blockchain, but for some kind the government does not support us in that. And
today I was in Intercontinental and I was talking to a British investor whose name is Neil, and I would like to quote him, how he looks on investments, because without investments it is impossible.
$10 to spend, and you're looking at solar energy. Okay, why are you not prepared to consider IT, high-tech startups? Neil said, you know, Andy, 2 reasons. Number one, I don't trust the court system to protect any kind of intellectual property in Ukraine. If we create a product, somebody will steal it, number one. Number two, he said, you know, if you find me 3 young Ukrainian programmers and we build a business, I've heard bad stories about Ukrainian mentality. They'll say, this crazy British guy gave me cash, and then they'll take my money and they'll leave. I have no assets, nothing to protect, and these guys will disappear. And he said, tell me I'm wrong. Як на це відповісти? Є якісь пропозиції в аудиторії?
How I can respond to this? Probably the audience later tell me what's to do about it. So the key point is trust. Without trust, this business won't be able to develop. So let's call a spade a spade. We need trust. That's it. Thank you, Andy. And now I would like to give this slide with questions, voting. I hope that either you voted or not. Please, those who have not voted so far, you will have a couple of minutes to do it. Please do not try to peep, but I will tell you what the survey is about. What will be the first question? What will be the main driver of transition process from innovation to digital ecosystem development in Ukraine? So when we talk about development of ecosystem in Ukraine, the first part was digital infrastructure with high-speed data. This is, by the way, enabler for the European Union. But so far we have very low percentage here. The second point is governmental deregulation, legal and regulatory framework development. The third point, digital literacy of citizens, specialization on applied skills, I mean on the skills that can be applied, and competences, as well as entrepreneurship skills. Engineering skills are very well developed, unlike the entrepreneurship skills. The fourth point, R&D centers development, scientific labs, corporate incubators development. The fifth question is access to capital markets and to the capital markets. The sixth point is culture of co-partnership. This was what Andy was talking about. Respect for your partners, protection of intellectual property, being able to take on responsibilities, being able to be committed to your partners and perform the obligations and duties that you gave to your partners. So please vote. I would like to see what kind of voting results we shall have. And after this, I would like to comment on a couple of other moments related to digital economy, and particularly digital economy of Ukraine. When we had one of our discussions in the morning, I was impressed with the fact that in Ukraine we really made some progress in the field of digital technologies, but we have very big difference between the very IT sector as such, or digital sector as such. I mean, new startups, new businesses, and a real, the so-called real sector, real business, etc. So it looks like we are living in two different countries. The startups are super innovative, while the real business is outdated. It lives in 1960s or 80s, and they do not know what digital things are. And if we have a look at what the assessment that was done in the year 2000 regarding development of digital economy in Ukraine, out of 63 countries, we were on the 58th place, though blockchain is number 4, or in the world. So in terms of big data, we have also lots of things done here. Automatization is developing here, artificial intelligence, lots of things is done here, but still we are almost at the back of the list. I think those who wanted to vote have already voted. And before we go further, number 1 is digital literacy of citizens, applied skills and competences. R&D centers are number 2, governmental deregulation is number 3, etc. So please put on the next slide. This is what I was talking about. It's about Ukraine Competitiveness Index of Digital Economy. It's the number 58 out of 63 countries. So here we discuss the knowledge of technologies and being ready for the future. And we see the components. Knowledge is tolerance, education. In technologies is regulatory base, technical standards and capital. And when we talk about readiness, the point of readiness, here we have agile approach, being flexible, being adjusted. So we talk about adaptive skills, business flexibility, and adaptive integration. That means that different systems can integrate. Please, next slide. So now I would like to give the floor to Maxim. there is certain development of our ecosystem. So can you outline where we are and comment on it? Probably I would focus more where we want to be. Digitalization of economy starts up, everything is very good, but these are slightly different things. If we talk about ecosystem, or if somebody has already invented the bicycle, but the key guideline for us is startup genome that we try to read every year. And startup genome, unfortunately, does not list Ukraine, but it lists top 25, which are scrutinized. And if we set an ambitious goal for ourselves, we should strive to become one of these top 25 countries when we talk about startup genome. Genome concentrates on 4 stages of ecosystems. Activation or launching ecosystem, when everything just starts. Globalization, when we have launch on the global market. Expansion stage, when we have already some first unicorns. And the last stage is integration, when you become a global hub where somebody else comes to develop your business. What stage Ukraine is in now? In my opinion, we are just at the beginning stage. We have some good exceptions, and we probably have already mentioned them, but still we are on the first stage. Talking about your doubts that digital economy and starts up are 2 different things, yes, for sure, but you cannot do anything without startups in digital economy, because the starts up becomes the driving engine for digital economy. The new companies will become huge competitors for outdated businesses that actually now dominate, get used to dominate on the market. Well, probably I mix a bit the international and Ukrainian market, which are 2 different pictures for sure. Thank you for your comments. And please, the next slide. Probably you would talk also on IT industries. Nadia asked me to make a short comparison. Yesterday we had an investment summit, and there were present our colleagues from Baltic countries, and they were talking about their ecosystems. And we have taken a couple of key figures from their presentation, and you see the key figures, and from this slide you can understand the place of Ukraine. Actually, it is not 2,000, but a bit more than 1,000. So nobody is trying to measure that. These are estimates. In terms of volume of investments, we are just the same as Estonia, that has population 30 times less than Ukraine. So I didn't take Silicon Valley, I didn't take Germany, I took Israel, just for understanding. And this country has developed ecosystem. So if we have 120,000 IT specialists or IT experts, we have more than Israel, but the same number of experts in Israel just gave absolutely different figures in terms of quality and productivity. Yes, there was a very interesting meeting in Unit City, and I felt actually uncomfortable when lots of Ukrainian startups were present at this meeting, but actually they belong to Lithuania because Lithuanian people were investing into our startups. Please, the previous slide. We have about 150 IT specialists. There will be an international speaker presenting here in the nearest future. And he told me that 20,000 Ukrainian engineers are part of Israeli ecosystem. So just imagine 20,000 people. So now they try to prepare a law in Israel that people, non-Israeli citizens will be able to get the permanent residential permission. So it's just only about Israel. And if we think about the US, it's 96% of Ukrainian IT experts or specialists try to develop American ecosystem, and the gap of 1.5 billion developers. So they will be able to open visas for Ukrainian specialists, will be happy to welcome Ukrainian specialists there, and everybody will be willing to go. So this is the key problem we face, by the way, let alone the problem we face with Poland. Well, you sound too pessimistic, but we have to ask the question, what can we do about it? And still, I would like to address our Ukrainian foreign experts to provide your ideas and your vision. And the first probably will be Daniel. Could you please comment on Ukrainian ecosystem, what we lack? And please put the slide on. And from your point of view, what are the key success factors for us? Because one thing when you compare something, and the second thing is what do we need primarily? What do we need to do in order to go forward, in order to change the situation?
Sure, thank you. So this is a slide that I put together. It's a innovation ecosystem framework that is my organization, SRI International, has used for many years when we're looking at innovation ecosystems of regional or national governments. This slide is the result of a project we did 2 years ago. We were invited by an NGO in Ivano-Frankivsk, which I don't know how many non-Ukrainians are in the audience, but it's a small or mid-sized city in western Ukraine, who wanted to buy an old Soviet-era factory and transform it into public space with creative spaces and cultural events, and part of that was going to be is going to be an innovation center which would provide entrepreneurship support and practical training for startups and businesses around the city. And they invited us to come in and do an assessment of the innovation ecosystem in Ivano-Frankivsk and in western Ukraine, and then to provide recommendations for what types of services they should offer, who they should partner with, develop a business model for them, which we did. And so this slide is our innovation ecosystem assessment generalized for all of Ukraine. And so you'll see the components are not that dissimilar from Max's slide. But so the first component we look at is talent, so both technical skills and managerial skills. And we find that Ukraine has an extremely well-educated workforce. It has some of the highest university participation rates in the world. But you do see gaps in the practical skills that businesses want people to have when they start working there. So a lot.
You mean more entrepreneurship skills, right? Or what?
Yes, entrepreneurship skills, but also just technical skills. You know, do they know the coding language that I need? Do they know how to use the machinery that we operate? And that represents a mismatch between the courses that universities in Ukraine are offering and the courses that are needed by the private sector. You also see I have kind of a plus minus there in talent under the diaspora, which is the Ukrainian diaspora is really large and talented and successful, and that could be a great resource. And you do see some connections where people in the diaspora will come back and help Ukraine in some way, either through mentorship or financial support. But that connection could be a lot stronger than it actually is. The second component we look at is risk capital, so financing available to businesses. And we've talked about that some already. The risk capital market, the VC market, is growing really rapidly here in Ukraine, but it's almost exclusively focused on IT. And then access to capital in general, so even like something like business loans is a very real constraint for small and medium-sized businesses. So you'll see that for a business loan, the investment rate or the interest rate is much higher in Ukraine than it is for most of the rest of Western Europe. So a lot of business expansions and innovation activities are actually self-funded in Ukraine at much higher levels than you'll see in the US or in the rest of Western Europe. Access to markets, Ukraine is in the fortunate position to be very close to the EU market. But I have heard that import-export processes or import-export regulations and processes can be a major burden for businesses that are trying to sell their products into the European market. The next category you see is ideas. So this is actually idea generation, the generation of business-ready ideas, an idea that you could use to found a new business or create a new product. There are ideas coming out of Ukraine, but when at least the VC professionals I've talked to have said that the bottleneck in VC is not the amount of venture capital dollars ready to be invested, but it's the amount of deals that are ready for investment. And that represents both kind of underinvestment in the public and private sector and R&D, but it also represents a lack of early stage support. For startups. The next category is business environment, and that relates to kind of a host of factors. It could be cultural factors, the regulatory environment, the business environment. Ukraine has really low salaries. They make it really attractive for outsourcing, especially in IT. That's driven a lot of the success in the IT sector here. But the local market, Ukraine has the disadvantage of having a very large domestic market that is largely uncompetitive. So businesses here, there's a large enough market that they don't feel the need to export, which would drive more innovation and more competition because the global market is very competitive. And the domestic market, which is dominated by kind of a few large industries, mostly state-owned enterprises or former state-owned enterprises that don't really feel competitive pressures, so they don't need to innovate and they don't drive their suppliers to innovate, and that kind of has ripple effects throughout the entire economy. And then the last thing we look at is networks. And so for whatever reason, I think largely cultural reasons, network formation in Ukraine is pretty limited. You do see exceptions to this. There's a very successful IT cluster in Lviv and other cities, but you do see kind of a very large lack of government support for industry clusters and industry groups, and stuff like that. So the way that my organization looks at ecosystems and the way that we work with governments and the way we make recommendations is to say, what are your assets and build upon those, and then what are the challenges or gaps? What's stopping a startup from being successful? What's stopping someone from starting a business? And then address those gaps. And so, these are kind of...
looking on everything which on their screen now, so what is from your point of view first starting point, really to move further? Because, we have a lot of stoppers, and it seems, for me, it's really unclear. So is it the diaspora doesn't support us? Seems that it is lack of trust. The government regulation is very weak, probably, and that's why there are no consumption on the local market. And that's why the question to IT startups, okay, if you produce good product, why your market doesn't consume, right? This is the second point. Third, it's skills. From one side, we are very technical engineering type of people. From another side, we are lack of entrepreneurship understanding. So what is the first step where we have to focus from your point of view as the person who is doing a lot with regulation and everything with, the moving forward?
So I think the thing that you could do that could have the largest impact, though it's one of the harder things to accomplish on this list of barriers, is to promote more competition in the domestic market.
Domestic, wow,
yeah.
Great. So that's digital transformation of real sector in some.
Yeah.
То есть больше продавать на локальном рынке сделайте.
So you need to sell more the local market. So you sell on the local market, and people will trust you more.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I would like to ask the same. Хочу спросить то же самое.
I'd like to ask the same question and address it to Rick. Rick, with your experience in Berkeley and being working full on with the Silicon Valley. Probably you're well aware of, there's some Ukrainian startups there at the Silicon Valley, you probably met them. How come that Ukrainian startups are there at the Silicon Valley, not in Ukraine? What is missing for them to be here in Ukraine? And another question, now there's discussion going on that the Silicon Valley is losing its influence, and this influence is now transforming into, there's more influence in Boston, in New York, coming from Boston and New York, there where the money is, and the influence is spreading over China, Singapore, and the UK, and the EU, and the Silicon Valley is losing. Well, this is a stable market that is not the driving force now. What's the dynamics now? Tell us, please.
So I'm happy to talk about Silicon Valley, which I'll do in a second. I just wanted to address this here.
Please.
And to me, what you have to look at is present state and future state. So the present state, and I'm going to oversimplify it, I know, is basically that the 150,000 developers that are there, super strong, talented people, are largely focused in the outsourcing market. So what these people are doing, it's a services business. You're taking contracts from the outside. You're turning the crank, providing high degree and wonderful services to other people out there who are then adding value on top of it. So to me, the real goal over the next 5 years is to take that pool of talent and essentially turn this from a services-based economy into more of a product-based economy. That you're actually taking those talents, coming up with some ideas, developing those into products that are then scalable, attracting investment, and moving it forward. So if you take that as a goal, you can then tick off each one of these and say, what do we need to do in order to make that happen, if that's the vision of what goes on. So basically, everything is at a lower value now, lower value add. We could turn it into higher value overall and attract investment.
Do you know a couple of Ukrainian startups which is currently very famous in Silicon Valley, like Riddle, like Victoria, help me please, you know them. Pet Coop also.
Yeah, well, Riddle's in Odessa, and I know Dennis.
You know
and,
that.
yeah.
Great.
So
Okay.
in Grammarly, I use it every day.
So that's a product-based company, right?
Yeah, so
But
there are a couple of successes, but this is a couple of successes.
Okay.
And so when you can name them,
Compared
like
to
I can't name all the companies in Silicon Valley that are successful, so that's hard to do.
So you're an advocate there.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So then, I don't want to hog the mic here, but just to answer your question about Silicon Valley real quick.
Yes, please.
That Economist article was interesting because you can argue it from a bunch of different points. But basically what that says is if you turn back the clock 20 years, that Silicon Valley was the place to go ahead and do a startup and to get it launched because we had all the dynamics, all this stuff within the ecosystem overall. And what's happening is that the global economy for entrepreneurship is spreading out. There's a lot more hubs that are around there. You mentioned Boston and New York, and there's Los Angeles, and all the places in Europe, and London, and Berlin, and Tokyo, and Seoul, not to mention China. But what's happening is, instead of a diagram that looks like this with Silicon Valley at the top, the diagram now looks more like this.
More flat.
More flat with a lot more access to capital and access to talent and everything else around the world. So there is very much a hyper state going on in Silicon Valley right now. It's expensive. It's some places it's not fun, especially San Francisco itself, which is just one city there. So people are moving out and taking a look at other opportunities. So could they come to Ukraine? Could the Ukrainian startups that are there right now come back here? Absolutely, but you have to resolve some of these things first.
Yeah, that's a big question. If we can be the next startup country, so like everybody have a joke that Israel, the startup country of previous century, and we have to be the new century startup country. But we, as Andy said, we have to work a lot with that. So Andy, please, your opinion, ваша точка зору, що стосується.
So what is your point of view with regards of So if we take a look at the digital economy and the difference in between the real sector and the digital sector and the startups as they are in the ecosystem, can this be merged together? And can the real sector help our digital economy developing faster? And is it true what Daniel has been talking about, that we don't trust our market, and it's because there's no consumption, so no one consumes products domestically of the processes that the entire world is consuming. I'm talking about Ukrainian products. Thank you very much. I'm from Ukrainian diaspora, and I do support Ukraine, being in Ukraine. So by the way, how come that Ukraine, we're at least I'm doing something, being a member of the Ukrainian diaspora. With regards to the domestic market, I would like to make a scandalous announcement. PwC, an international company, has been working actively in all the countries, Ukraine included, and we have the shared service center. So that's a special center. There are 2,000 employees in Katowice, in Gdansk, 3,000 people working in Gdansk, in Poland. In Lviv, half a year ago, we opened our local domestic startup shared service center, and there are 100 people currently working. I would like things be faster, to have 500 people. The problem that we are facing, this is a Ukrainian problem. We're looking for people to employ, and they say, well, you know, well, by the way, the main problem, I've been there for 2 weeks, and I asked them how come that you have so few people, and they say, in Poland, there are no people who speak more than 2 languages. Well, in Lviv, we don't have students speaking foreign languages, and I told our people to learn foreign languages. And please raise your hand if you're a teacher or professor. Is there anybody, other professors, deans here? Please, I'm asking you, please talk to the IT and technology people and ask them which students they need, which alumni they need, because we have a need, and I think for the year to come we need to have an additional workshop that we would call Education Meets Business, get to know each other, hey, say hello to each other, and you will earn more, and you students will be much happier, because I think that unfortunately it is hard to find the right alumni, the right students to match the needs of the business. And to wrap up, I'm the responsible for the business development. I need to find clients for PwC. And in Poland, for example, cybersecurity is up and running. There's a center of excellence global with 300 IT people working, servicing the entire world. But I'm asking my colleague in Ukraine, how come that don't we, because I'm a patriot, why don't we set up the cybersecurity? Because Ukraine also has been victim of cyber attacks, and we have good IT people. Know what I've been told by my colleagues here in Kyiv? They told me, you know, Andy, our problem is when we set up the center, we won't be able to write the business case, because the market in Ukraine, no one spends good money to pay for those services, so we need to look for the business case. So Ukrainian companies don't want to pay good services, so everybody wants to spend little but get the best services. Thank you very much, Andy, and having worked for Microsoft, we run into that. We've been told, give us at a cheaper price. So, but when you say, but there's a certain level of quality and you have to pay a certain price, they say, no, we don't want to. And sometimes they say, okay, can you sell us at a cheaper price and stuff like that. So we need to understand that our risks are higher than the initial investments that have got to be made in order to lower the risks. Victoria, over to you. You started comparing Ukraine with some other countries. Let's continue. I would like to hear about Belarus once again.
I would like to follow what Andy was mentioning about diaspora. And in Israel, they really are very actively using their diaspora. They name it like that. Friends of Israel in Canada, Friends of Israel in Brasilia. So they have lots of friends all over the world. And just imagine, these friends give $730 million for just one university. This is the annual budget of the university, which later are spent on patents. And there is one company that actually had more than 8,000 patents. So the conclusion is that we underestimate our diaspora or would not use it enough. Really, now we try to think how we can attract money from the European funds. But if you plan to be engaged in venture investment, my piece of advice to you is try to concentrate more on our diaspora, people who now live abroad, who are still Ukrainian patriots. By the way, all our partners are of Ukrainian origin, and definitely they live abroad for a long period of time, but they are ready to support Ukrainian funds in terms of developing Ukrainian ecosystem, just because they themselves are of Ukrainian origin. Coming back to the changes of ecosystems, Ukrainian startups that went abroad and look attractive on the global level are just few. Just an example, I was in San Francisco, a conference which was held just quite recently. 500 startups there were, and out of these 500 startups, there were only 2 Ukrainian startups, the 3D Look and Massive Dome, and they were quite successful. And I would say that startups are lazy. They do not want to go on the global market and to show themselves, to show that they exist. But I think it is possible to afford to go to any conference and to show that here we are. That can be any country and any city. So it means it's necessary to be ready for competition, to be active, to try to speak for yourself and about yourself. This is something you can do without the public support or state support. And I understand that everything is changing very quickly in Ukraine. So you have to establish R&D centers. It's understandable, but still we have mono industry, and we probably cannot have a lot of such accelerators. But it's possible to have 25 corporate accelerators, starting with agricultural business and going up to metal industry, fintech, insurance business. This is something we also have in our group. So it does not require lots of funds. The corporates may give these funds to develop innovations, because in Europe, headhunters are paid very, very high. I'm not going to name corporate accelerators like Oxa, as well as many others. So what they do, they become partners with some other accelerators, for instance, Techstars, and they become corporate accelerator for them. They try to search for talented teams, and they just buy these people just for the talented heads. It's up to $0.5 billion, because they want to develop their business innovations. Now there is another trend. These innovative companies should exist separately, and there was a negative trend in the past. Now there is the Institute of Innovative Director, which is established in such corporates, and this institute is separate. They are responsible for these innovative companies and try to develop them. So establishing corporate accelerators is something we should concentrate on. Coming back to what Maxim said in the past, you've mentioned that we do not have lots of accelerators or incubators, but probably the most painful point is that the corporates do not want to develop this direction, because, well, probably we should bring here the representatives of corporates and talk to them. We do have a number of companies that can develop this trend. We see how it happens in legal tech. They have demo days. We see a number of agricultural accelerators. We have about 7 of them, but we are very far from thousands. We have corporate ones, but not classical ones. But we cannot compare it with the figure like 10,000, which we have in America or in Europe. But there is something we should start with. Another point is education. Again, we should not wait for our certain state measures that should be changed. Definitely there are lots of outdated specialties or majors in universities which should be cancelled. And we should probably ask the corporate, and by the way, we have lots of research and development centers which do it. So research and development centers should be affiliated to universities and should be responsible for the so-called sub-faculties or sub-departments. You see that lots of people are going abroad, I mean young people. Probably 9 50% of outsourced people really want to leave Ukraine. It means you have somehow to retain them, you have somehow to train them and create jobs for these people, for them to stay in Ukraine. I would like to come back to investment ecosystem, and I would like to address Rick. In our point of view, investment ecosystem is present only in the form of private investments and some venture funds. So what should we do and how should we build investment ecosystem? Because if we take Ukrainian statistics, out of 200 startups or ideas, only 100 were funded at the initial stage, and out of 100 there will be only 30 that were able to go on a global level because they were funded even more and they managed to develop further on. I know that abroad the figure is totally different. So what should be the correct investment ecosystem in order our companies to have this financial pillar?
So first off, thinking this through, you know, when you were asking the initial question and people were thinking about what it takes to grow an ecosystem and you had your various things, in many places, one of the first things people say is access to capital. And I would turn it around and say what you need to do is to build really strong companies that have a strong value proposition, that are actually solving problems. And then once those ideas are good enough and the initial products are good enough to fund, then what I've tried to do here is to lay out, all right, it's good enough to fund, how can we get them access to capital?
So just for a moment, from my understanding, so you said that the access to capital, that's not a problem. The problem only clear the message about your business, your business planning, and then that's a further development.
Yeah, you're not going to fund poor companies, companies that are not developed well enough. So with good products and good services comes capital flows. That's my belief, my thesis. Okay, so you're now starting to educate the population. You're trying to figure out what it means to be a product company, how to identify the problems to solve, how to build a marketing and sales organization. We'll get past that. So Riedel and some of the others have done that. All right, well, how would they get access to funding? Well, first you start at a very low level. Assuming there's very little or no funding within the ecosystem, you can get that through some simple government programs. They might even be EU programs, they might be foreign programs, things along those lines, but to the extent that they can exist. You might get that from some of the corporate accelerators, so, you know, who are providing some funding, a place to land, and so on. So this is a start. Again, my thesis is ground floor up, that you're preparing the soil and planting seeds, and those seeds somehow need to grow. So they start off with this lower level, incubators, accelerators, government programs, and some of that stuff is here. Not a lot, but it's starting. So with that, then those companies become interesting enough for local investors. And I've seen economies where the next stage is angel investors. These are individuals who have a little bit of money that are saying, I like these companies, they might be able to grow internationally, so I'm going to go ahead and invest some personal money in that. It's also lower levels of funding. Typical angel investments is $10,000, $20,000, $50,000, $100,000. So you can get that. But notice the time gap. So that takes 1 to 2 years. It doesn't happen overnight. You have to have enough interesting companies coming out of the incubators, accelerators, government programs to actually attract then angel investors. So there is an angel network here that's fairly small. I can see that becoming more active. At that point, then you see interest from not just local corporations, but international corporations. So these are people that come to Ukraine to discover sort of the interesting things that are happening here, that they might be to invest in and bring those into their own ecosystems in order to take advantage of that and grow their own companies. This whole notion of strategic investment, corporate acceleration, it's the hot thing right now in Silicon Valley. So I can tell you corporations from around the world go there to take a look at startups, and they're starting to take a look at startups in a lot of other ecosystems. That takes time. That's already
merger and acquisition, something like that.
Maybe, not necessarily. Actually, the mergers and acquisitions piece of it is declining over time. It's more taking advantage of and partnering with those startups. And the startups can continue to reside as standalone companies for quite some time. And in fact, for most people, if you're building a company, you don't necessarily want to be acquired by a large startup. You may want to continue to grow it and grow value and deal with multiple corporations and get larger. So there's a school of thought there. All right, so once you get this source of capital, which takes a little bit longer, then you take a look. Joint venture capital, what that means is external venture capital. Venture capital is coming in from London and from Berlin and from US and others that now see all these little interesting startups that are happening here, and that starts to grow. And they're here on scouting trips. They're coming to forums like this to sort of see where the new startups are. We could showcase them through demo days and other things along those lines. And only then, when there's enough returns that have been seen and some simple exits and some simple acquisitions and things like that, would there be a strong enough pipeline of companies to actually create a strong domestic venture capital industry. That's the industry here that exists that can then profit. So they can find limited partners. They can then have a fund, $100 million, $200, $500 million, that would invest in local companies. That takes time. You take a look step by step by step, it's 4 to 8 years. So there was a discussion in the panel right before this about how quickly can you develop ecosystems. Oh, there's no time. Oh, we have to do it now. You can't. It's step by step. It's building foundations and it's growing up from that. So that's what I'm trying to say here.
So still we have a path, and that's we only on the early stage. That's what Maxim mentioned. То есть мы только в начале пути, это длинный путь.
So we are at the beginning stage.
Assistance with innovation ecosystem development for you within last 20 years was the last period of time for more than 20 governments and economical development agency worldwide. What was the most successful and most complicated government to transform or to move to the innovation development from your experience?
All right, so this whole innovation economy building and stuff like that is relatively new.
Okay.
So it's not, I mean, again, Silicon Valley grew like this. There wasn't people that said, oh,
who can do that quicker based on your experience? Because you say now, oh, that's a long path. Okay, the majority of people in this room, they are quite young, active, and they would like to see the result as soon as possible. So who was the most successful and quick, and who a little bit complicated?
Okay, so I entered this field in 2008. I got a call from the Canadian government. I'm not Canadian, but they wanted, I'm from Silicon Valley and had a strong network. I had 3 exits and I was a VC. So I had enough knowledge. They wanted somebody to actually grow the ties, the bridge between Canada, our largest trading partner, and Silicon Valley, because there was nothing. So I worked for the Canadian government for 3 years. I was in the inside, I was one of those guys, and built a series of programs. One of which was to take venture capitalists from Canada to barnstorm 5 cities, 5 days, to give big seminars on what it means to become investable and how that works, and to teach also the local venture capitalists about what that was and build bridges. Did that for 2.5 years, 5 cities, 5 days, every 6 months. So there are 10 cities of larger than 500,000 people in Canada. We hit them all. Boom. Okay, so we got at least a communication going. Second step, at least with them, was to build an accelerator within Silicon Valley for Canadian companies. So we would judge them in Canada, and those that were good enough that wanted to grow internationally, we brought them to Silicon Valley. I set it up at Plug and Play, and we developed a pipeline. And so I would interview, we'd get 15 companies every quarter, and we'd go ahead and they would make connections for partnerships and customers, maybe some capital, and off you go. And the third thing I did after that was to develop this expatriate organization. So you can look it up. It's called the C100, C Canada, 100 most powerful Canadian expats in the Valley. So basically we started with that as a core. I wrote the charter statement, we built out a board, and then we got the 100 most powerful people. We had the number 2 person at Cisco, VP of engineering at Intel. I mean, these were powerful people, and a ton of venture capitalists that were there that no one knew about. So those 3 things in Canada, we were able to build a bridge, and right now one could say that that's the most successful bridge program that's in Silicon Valley today.
Just let me understand. So the Canadian government requests from you this support, and you as part of also the Berkeley, so you help them to build that path, including Silicon Valley. You know, people who are representative from Canada or strong opinion leaders already there, and different pieces to collect in one ecosystem. Great. So can Ukraine ask for that? Only from the government level? Or?
You know, there are bits and pieces. So you take whatever existing conditions there are and you design a program that makes sense for both parties.
Okay.
So there are a lot of assets that are here that one would have to sort of sit down, whiteboard it out, and brainstorm what kind of programs would make sense.
Thank you, Rick. Daniel, from your point of view, just already we tried to summarize everything. And if you know some core crucial regulation which very untimely now for Ukraine, which has to be implemented as soon as possible from your point of view?
I don't know that there's anything that has to be changed immediately. I think that Ukraine is on the right track. I think it's happening slowly, much more slowly than...
How we can speed up it from your point of view?
That's good. So I talked about the increasing competition domestically. The other thing that I realized I didn't touch on that I think is really important here is that universities here don't get a lot of funding to do research. That's another reason why there's such a small idea flow coming out, because if you look at the US, if you look at Silicon Valley, most startups are started by students, graduate students who got an idea while they were conducting research and they started a business out of it. And students here just don't have the opportunity to have that experience because there's just not a lot of actual research happening at universities here. Most of the research funding goes to the national academies and...
So it means that our Academy of Science, it's very artificial element, which in the real economy can be really R&D center based on universities, scientific, practical, ideas, which later on can be developed by students. That's something like that. Or science it's separately and, ideas generation is separately. Or from your point of view, it has to be merged somehow.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that you don't need a National Academy of Science. I'm not sure. I think that your current national academies came from the Soviet system. I'm not super sure. All I'm saying is that if you could shift some of that funding to universities, it would do a lot. Not necessarily to improve the quality of research for the money, but it would giving students that experience is extremely, extremely valuable.
Okay, this you mean probably it's about the practical lab close to universities for the students where they can apply their knowledge, not just to have a theoretical fact-based education, what we have, but practical. Поняла. I understand what you said. Thank you, Daniel. So, moving further to...
Дякую, Денил. Переходимо до Andy. Andy, I'd like to express my gratitude for your cooperation. We worked for some years. But what's on my mind is that diaspora is separated from us. We're separated from the diaspora. We may be missing something, lacking something. And with regard to the communication, external communication about Ukraine for the outer world, what should or what can be changed in the ecosystem in case if we get focused on building up of this very ecosystem and promoting Ukraine for the external knowledge, and then Ukrainian diaspora can be part, the builder of this ecosystem. What do we lack? This is quite a good question. We have proposal a couple years ago to participate on the world. I was offered to be the head of the Ukrainian diaspora all over the world, but I said no because I wanted to be in Ukraine fighting against Ukraine's victims, Ukraine's rivals, and but there's a lot of people who sit in Chicago, New York, or London, Ukrainian diaspora, or Canada. They have their own communities, they have their Ukrainian school, and they speak pure old Ukrainian language, and they have an utopia, the Ukraine of the past, the Ukraine of the predecessors, but Ukraine has changed. And the people from the diaspora all over the world, they haven't even visited Ukraine, not a single time, because Ukraine has never invited them. Ukraine doesn't set up, welcome back Ukraine, come back, the government has a program.
Amazing tour of the government, show you the opportunities. І, до речі, в нас є діаспора, яка приїхала.
Now, there are people from diaspora who came back to Ukraine but got disappointed. Natalia Yareska, for example, the minister, she was so willing to do something in Ukraine, but then she came to Ukraine and then left. I asked her, Natalia, was it difficult? She said, it was. We wrote each other messages on Facebook. I asked her whether any pressure, corruption going on, and she told me if I write everything that I know about this situation in Ukraine, that book should be released after I die. It should be a posthumous book. So the diaspora is trying to do something, but there is somebody who doesn't want to. The diaspora is too transparent and too honest people. But I would like to go back to the main question.
The money. So I have a question from my colleague from Silicon Valley. In Poland, a small and medium business can get financing for 3 to 4% in zlotys. In Ukraine, what's your guess? How much does a small and medium business loan cost in hryvnia?
I have no idea, but there was a chart earlier.
Approximately 25 to 30%. Now, my question to you is, how do we build this ecosystem if a small and medium IT business has to borrow money at 30%?
It's pretty hard. And I do think that one could collect all of the issues that we're talking about here and a lot more and basically pull together a startup package and propose it to government. All the legal, regulatory barriers that are there, the opportunity costs and everything else. Because in many cases, I don't know if they don't know. But there are things that are solvable, I hope.
I'm glad you're still positive, despite all the bad news this panel has been giving. Yeah? But we do need focused effort. And one final example. PwC is working for a project right now. PwC в Румунії створює зараз...
In Romania, we're setting up the Romanian National Development Bank, PwC. This bank is financed from Brussels, most likely because Romania has managed to enter the EU. When Ukraine was thinking what to do, my father is thinking. So we spend a lot of time thinking, as my father told me. The main idea of this Romanian bank is to give low-cost finance, soft credits to develop IT industry. Other countries, our competitors, are doing something, but we're just being stuck in the same place. So my recommendation is to set up the true state programs, state finance to develop IT industry. That's it from my side. Thank you very much, Andy, and I suggest that each one take a minute to wrap up, and then we have a Q&A session. So to summarize, speaking about the innovation system and transfer to the ecosystem, what Ukraine should do in the first place, please summarize in 1 minute. I have this is a great idea, Andy, with regard to travel startup, and the diaspora will be taken, so they will show it to the diaspora, and diaspora start investing at least some money to support IT ecosystem. My idea is very simple. The best is not to be beggars, but to develop ecosystem with your own hands, with your own efforts. So we recommend the startups and everybody who do something, invest in yourself, learn English, study, master English. That's the simplest thing. Do everything possible and impossible to get good education, good diploma, if not 5, 7 years, but 1 year. Go to a good place and study for 1 year. We don't have good schools to go and to train. Don't think about raising money here. So we can give you money, somebody else can give you money, but this is little money, not enough. Venture funds invest when they chip in, sort of, and there's a big leading investor and 3 or 4 small investors. So we have 600 investors, 600 friends who invested into 135 companies. You need to go to the accelerator, top-tier accelerator, and then it will be super shake for the innovative ecosystem. They'll take a look, they'll see how work should be done, they will see other boys and girls work who come from different countries, how they earn money, and if it's good startup, you will definitely be financed. You'll get money there, America, Asia, Europe, it doesn't matter, but go through an accelerator. Then you can go back to Ukraine. And the trend is quite positive now. This is what we've been seeing over 2018. American, European funds are quite positive with regards to Ukrainian startups hiring people in Ukraine. They don't ask how many people will be conscripted into the army, because things are now calm in Ukraine. And even the top-level management, the C-level management, is not asked to take the sales office, to relocate it to America or Europe. They even work with the shuttle or with Ukraine. Well, there are peculiarities of setting up representative offices or conducting sales, but these are the most important things to do. Do it yourself, because if we wait for the state to help us, we can talk for a long time, we'll never be helped, because there's election year next year. So we need to clean the ecosystem around us. We need to start doing it ourselves. I'd like to give the microphone to Max. I'm fresh from Irish Accelerator, and I've been mentored there. I didn't have a second to sit down and to relax, so there are professional mentors, trainers, coaches, startups company owners, there's finances and legal assistance. For 24/7, for a week, you're engaged in all those activities. You've said that we don't have mentors, and please summarize. Maybe there are some ideas that you've heard from me, from others, that was quite good, and we have to take them into consideration. Guys, can we go back to that black and white pictures consisting of 6 blocks? With all my love to and respect to Victoria, I don't agree that without the assistance of the state we can launch an innovative ecosystem. Because 5 or 4 out of 6 boxes of this, the state impacts 4 out of 6 policy. So when we want to change something, when we want to build up an innovative ecosystem, one of the approaches is we simply go from one period to another, and we'll lift each and every problems that there are. There's a policy problem. That's the easiest of the problems. 2 draft laws. Laws has got to be prepared and voted for. This is what all the Baltic states, Poland and Belarus did, not to mention the EU member countries. So the most important issue is the culture. Culture. So there's no role model. There's no positive attitude towards business people. It can be done only by one means: propaganda, propagate and spreading the word. I'm not going to be telling what this is how it works. You're probably well aware of that. You know all the tools that propaganda has got, but we need to target, spread, propagate the interpretership. Lots of different models: French, Chinese, Israeli, and at the initial stage, the state is taking the risk. You need to sit down and you need to choose, you need to conduct the negotiations and agree and start moving. It doesn't matter if it's fund or we're going to be engaging Western investors at the early stages. The Poles have much more money than they have the startups, and the Polish people are willing to come with money and invest them. So having not resolved this issue, overcome this issue, we won't be able to move ahead. And speaking about talented people or gifted people, so I'm not talking about technical gifted people. Rick and I had a discussion yesterday. At the initial stage, all the professionals, head of sales, marketing, and so all the outsourcing companies start buying them from other countries and bring them to Ukraine. I do believe that this is the fastest path to follow to launch that impulse. So those are the 3 problems: information problem, support problem, and you need to ignite the system. You need to activate. There should be activators and enablers, the projects that will. We're talking about national Ukrainian, right? And here you need to have 5 to 7 priorities set. I say that probably at the expense of the diaspora, or the expense of the state. I think that only few people have direct access to Ukrainian diaspora. What types of projects can this be? This can be an accelerator that is truly global one, that gives money, engages startups from the neighboring regions. So this is what the Baltic states did. And this can be corporate accelerators. You need to launch them not only on the level of the corporation, but also on the level of the industry or sectors. When you set up problems, if a startup resolves a problem, it will definitely have its share of the market. A conference, this is what the Portuguese did. The Web Summit ignited the ecosystem, and Victoria conducted 5 years ago an IDC that has been proven to be the best investors conference, and it cannot be replicated without the participation of Victoria. Victoria's got those contacts, so the state definitely has never supported this idea. But again, we don't have this conference, but this can be a certain driver, and there are people in Ukraine who can do that work. This can be an educative project. When at a technical university, or we train each and every student entrepreneurship, they major into entrepreneurship, and the project that they have to do is a startup. This is what they have to deliver at the final exams. Even if the startup is a failure, will never be launched, the person will have the productive thinking and how the startup works.
Actually, there can be a number of such projects. There is no silver bullet, as we say. And unfortunately, there should be a systematic way of doing it. And the last point, in our panel, we do not have representatives of the authorities, of the national or local authorities. And there should be like that, a team, a strategy, and then resources and powers. And until we have it like that, we won't be able to go forward. And we should stop talking and actually start doing. Thank you, and probably we do not already have time. I will probably try to say something in defense of to protect the state. In January, the digital agenda for Ukraine was adopted, and actually what is supposed, we should have the totally new digital structure. We have the budget for seeds investments, and it should be spent till the end of the year. But anyway, at least it was the first year when the seed investments were allocated. So probably just a couple of questions. Probably the panelists would like to add something, or then we shall take questions from the audience. Thank you. It was really very interesting to listen to all of you. And I have a question or a comment, probably. My experience, and I mean my experience as a professor at university, includes the experience of 3 universities. I was a professor at Stanford, I was a teacher at University of Berkeley and Washington, let alone my experience at the national level here in Ukraine. And I came back to Ukraine practically 2 years ago, and these were my own efforts and investments that allowed me to establish a number of educational projects of technical character, which were not interesting both for the states and for big companies, because when we talk about projects for children, nobody wants to invest into it. The second point, today you have been talking a lot about developing ecosystems, and practically you do not have in the panel representatives of Ukrainian academic community. But we should remember that the Silicon Valley started from Stanford, or originated from Stanford, and SRI is the organization that actually separated from Stanford in 1970s, and Steve Chishensky was the president of that company, and he was the first delegation from Ukraine that went to SRI. Actually, I initiated that process, and by the way, now it has become a cooperation when you come and you really work a lot with the Ukrainian ecosystem. So my question is, every time when I open my email, and when I, for instance, show that I'm interested in something, I have some proposals from China, from Europe, from America, but Ukrainian business has the following position. If in your background there is a line like PhD or professor or scientist, automatically it means people lose interest in you. And you all the time should address people. Are you interested in my experience in big investment structures? So please answer my question. Do you need this experience here in Ukraine? Because for these years, I really see outflow of my colleagues to some other countries. And I myself become interested in these proposals that I get from some other countries. Does anybody want to answer? Well, practically, probably the representatives of PricewaterhouseCoopers would like to respond, and Victoria deals with startup, Maxim with startup, I consult international companies, I'm not based in Ukraine. Well, I have higher education, computer science, electronic engineering. That's it. What I would like to tell you, or probably I would give a question to you. I had a friend who went to LA, to the US. She had 2 higher educations. She presented her PhD, so she went abroad. Why? Because, first of all, she was a teacher at Kyiv Mohila Academy. She was teaching students, and when I asked her, why do you want to go abroad? And she said, I actually would like to have my business here, and I cannot do it here. And I have lots of proposals from abroad, and in Ukraine, nobody is interested in my business. And I didn't have anything to respond. Probably Victoria would like to say something. Probably it's also a matter of demand in Ukraine. The point is that the international companies we are probably too overqualified. And probably the point is that we should establish this ecosystem that would stimulate internal demand. Unfortunately, there is no mic. There is no mic. Okay, let's probably do not emerge into discussions. You talk about business. We discussed the national level. We discussed the situation at the level of the country. Unfortunately, there is no mic. So we have been talking about the fact that private business should also play its role. There is also another question. Mykola Skiba, Ukrainian Institute of the Future. Max said that we do not have here representatives of the state, but actually they tried to finalize the document, which is entitled The Strategy for Innovative Development of Ukraine, and it is done by one of the departments, and another department is preparing a document on innovative ecosystem. So what should we do about it? What should be the position of the players present here? Should we wait? So when our state starts preparing certain regulatory documents, should business community participate in this process? Well, actually, the document may later become a regulatory document, and later it will be much more difficult to change it. So probably they should start now. They should participate now. In one of the ministries, in the Ministry of Education, there is a special department related to transfer of innovations and technologies, and there are actually qualified people there. I would like to express my personal opinion. In Ukraine, we have no more than 10 people that can draw up such documents, and these people are not in the Ministry of Education. So that's actually the answer. I read the draft document prepared by Ministry of Education, and I do not see any sense to discuss it. Well, I do not know whether the ministries prepare the documents themselves. Usually the companies help and international consultants. Well, our company gets £3 billion every year in order to contribute to the process of reforms. And we go to the ministries and say, how can we help you? 3 years ago, everything was fine, because after Maidan, nobody had money. The ministries were ready to accept our consultations. Now we have the donor competition, and everybody wants to go here. The donors are really cool, they have lots of money, but they are very smart, and they know that
the minister will change, waste of time. Тому зараз, на жаль, на мій погляд, нам треба дочекатися ці вибори, і тоді full speed потім.
So logically we have to wait for elections and then start after elections.
І якщо можна вивести просто анкету, можете.
And if it's possible to share the questionnaire, it's okay. That's it.